It's a recording of George on YouTube. Right. Not even for us.
Hector, can you see George now?
Yes, yes, I can.
Perfect, great.
Great.
Good. Perfect. All right, Hector, we're going to start in just a few minutes. We're just waiting for one or two latecomers.
Okay, it's fine. No worries.
Hector, I know I need to deal with that issue about the data.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'll do that today.
Great, please, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
But we were fine because we're not Telecom, and America was fine because everybody else across the country is. So basically, we had a nice chat with people in America.
But there was some nice chatter. Carl, there was some nice chatter on Facebook.
There was, yeah. There was.
I was
And
wondering.
people could get it intermittently. We could see on our counter that basically, like, there was loads of people watching, and then just like that, everybody's on, 0 viewers. That was just across the country, and then went down. Last 2 minutes to grab food if you want it before we start. Please, there's loads. I want you to leave faster than you arrived. Peter, as discussed, I'm going to give you 5 minutes.
Fall asleep, wake up in January. Like the braai. Yeah, I'm going nowhere. I live in Muizenberg, I live by the seaside. Hello. Our friend with ARC, my Johan, he's on Facebook. Because I wanted to join this discussion on the Habitable Planet page about agriculture and the drought. Is Johan with one N? Well, the only one that comes up, oh no, he is Johan Malherbe, unless it's a different one. Ellis Ras, Hoërskool Pretoria, Willem Laatman is a mutual friend. Is that him? Yep, that's him. I'm sending him a Facebook message.
All right, I'm going to press on. I think we have everybody here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And firstly, thank you very, very much for everybody making your way, some of you all the way across the country to Cape Town this morning. And thank you, Hector, who's joining us remotely. You can't see him,
Thank you.
But he's with us, he's there. Just to give you a bit of a briefing about why we're here. I don't want to say too much because Neville is also going to speak now. A quick rundown of why we're here and what we're going to do. And that's, for now, simply to say that the Access Programme has run since 2010, and last year it was reviewed. And as a result of the review, we now have a chance to reinvent the Access Programme. And there are two parallel processes going on, which I'm sure Neville will talk about. One for the research programme and one for the education, training and transformation programme. And we are meeting to discuss the latter. The latter is what I've been mostly dedicating my time to for the last 5 years or so. And so the day is going to be divided really into two halves around lunchtime. Before lunchtime, we want to tell you what we've been doing, just refresh in your mind, show you what we've done with the last 5 years and what we've achieved. Think about why we've done it, etc., and a bit of a brief for what we want. And then the second half is over to you guys. And what we'd like you to do is the ultimate product of this group needs to be a 5-year plan for basically, presuming I keep my job and I'm still education and training manager, what is it that you think I should aim to do in the next 5 years? And in fact, one of the things is, should we have more staff? What is it that the programme, as an education and training programme of a national research programme, should aim to do in the coming 5 years? So towards that this afternoon, I'd like to get you to do some workshopping exercises to basically pool ideas of this group. And from that, I'd like a smaller group to emerge who will assist me with the writing of the plan. Does that all sound clear? Okay, what we're going to do first up is we're going to hear from George Philander, the original founder of the Access Programme. He's in America, so he's fast asleep right now. So I recorded him with much effort. I recorded him last night. He's not the most technologically philic. He's something of a technophobe, and he refused to record himself, saying it was too complicated. So I recorded him over Skype. I'm afraid it's come out a little bit buzzy on when he speaks loudly, which is very rare if George speaks loudly. So you'll have to concentrate a little bit. George is going to talk, and then I'm aware that people don't know each other in the room. And we have one of the groups that we've worked with here. This is Peter from an organisation called Red Zebra, who's been assisting us with our schools work. So by way of both getting us to know each other, doing an icebreaker, and by also showing you what he's been doing with our programs, he's going to do that immediately after George. And then Neville and I will go to brief you on what's been happening in the last 5 years overall, and specifically in education and training. And that should probably take us up to close to lunchtime. And then after lunch, we'll go into you guys doing the work. Sound reasonable?
Sounds reasonable.
All right, let's listen to George then.
Well, this morning, about this meeting, and I think there were people behind to provide the context for this meeting concerning the education component of a project that we're also involved in research. The timing is quite appropriate, because now the first education becomes somewhat the project as well. And it started with students being this outside of the transformation. And I think what we can contribute is projects that will attack more that students' times than the students in general times. And we have to keep in mind that the purpose of education is not only the acquisition of knowledge and skills that are needed for larger jobs, but equally important is the development of confidence, self-esteem. And that is why some knowledge are important, and also questions from everyone. So whatever is in front of the time has to be in mind that the layman and say that the most precise that this should be able to understand quite a bit it should not be done until that 10 years study, and it should be just available. There's been an example of responders, and they, given the important resources they get, and one should ask about how the society justifies that. It seems to me they started from the key interest in what they have in the evidence. And somebody can get attention and resources by capitalizing on the interest that everyone has. And human eyes and global warming at the moment gives us some attention. But the focus there is on human people do. And it contributes to the recognition of opinions on global warming, which we can reach countries. But most of the laymen are quite divided about global warming. And the test is on inaction. The environment has to discuss this issue. I'm quite sure most of the decisions that should be made, if it would actually happen in the next 5, 10 years, is quite questionable. And then how can we change that? This is not a good state of affairs. And I will argue that focus on human doing creates opportunity for a complementary, optimistic approach that emphasizes how exceptional our planet is. Instead of understanding it want to be accountable with a very special place, special time, and have special responsibilities with this planet. So the challenge to us to use concern about it as a big education for the removal of poverty. The project with both the research and education component to study the single cycle today in the past can contribute significantly to the housing funding for the education. The human cycle is huge in our global climate change. Everyone, I was having layman climate change school university students and human researchers for the cycle houses several important amounts of questions. So we did a project to study that phenomenon that involves everyone, not just the research scientists. Before I introduce the specific topics for discussion, but before I do that, let me point out that we need to have really basic debates. The next result could be clear, but so it is useful to have specific dates in mind by which we wish to accomplish certain objectives. And I propose that the year 2019 is established as celebrations, because I think the 50th anniversary is the first picture of planet Earth from the moment. And so one could designate it as 2019 as the year of intensive measurements, observations, and with some additional measurements to keep the subsequent years to provide a context of 2019. I think John Field, for the last field, and he certainly had recorded the national political years. So this will not be the first time some practice has been proposed. The seasonal cycle is exceptionally interesting in Southern Africa and some other oceans, but it is a global phenomenon, so the project has to be international. However, the international community is focusing on the human do aspects of global warming. So it seems to me that South Africa should step forward with a proposal based on this appealing optimistic statement that reflects African concerns to West Africans. Global warming is because it's illegal for education. Normally, with African concern with violence, it's perspective that embeds everybody. And so I think it can take the lead is avoided about it. Nobody is proposing that rather than get people depressed about to tell things about to happen. We need to remind them, unfortunately, how to be understanding everyone that is habitable. At international, the reason I think South Africa should take the the big challenge really is how do we proceed, how do we process these such ambitious projects? And we need a discussion of whether we should take what I would call a top-down approach as opposed to a bottom-up approach. Which of those two is going to be the most successful? I think by top-down, I mean, first, I think principle is democratic in that everyone has opportunities, kinds of opportunities. But in practice, such an approach can lead to an EPM collection of separate projects with little in common except for being on one big object. Fragmented efforts to be realized. The alternative is a bottom-up approach, which is working with people with supportive leaders. They prepare a specific proposal inside the goals and sources that will be required to address important questions that need an integration of things that comes. The plan is then presented to a much larger group and note that the approach in the end is democratic. That although we started a small group articulating specific project, it subsequently invites a much larger group, invites everybody to comment on and participate in the modifications. My fear is that if we take the top-down approach, there are structures that allows the whole large meetings, but everybody asking everybody's opinion and so forth, that we will not emerge with the clear project. We will, in fact, a different status quo, which is a collection of fragmented evidence. South Africa sites, unfortunately, has several silos, each partners. The third two is that some of that autonomy will have to be sacrificed if we get that increase. I realize it's a very difficult topic in this discussion, and I hope that we will, it will be one of the topics we discussed this morning. But let me just quickly get a few projects I have in mind, and there are basically four of them. The first is the school project, several high schools, really transfer their children from students from Oxford to one of the largest seniors. And the child also asked to adopt a shop, take the shop a picture of what's the way to call the right side of the shop. And in addition to those assignments, the students have to find out about the translogical signal cycle. So there are something if you know what name was. The students have also been in contact with others in other parts of the country where the phenotype is dead. In South Africa, that's not a problem at all. Some parts throughout the year, some are not the winter, some throughout the year, some never. And everybody has a cell phone. It should be easy to put in contact with one another. We can even experience abroad. I want to emphasize that this exercise has several goals. One is an argument to find out the global warming, another is to develop a graph statistics software program called Excel. All of those skills need to have a job. And the third goal is simply to discover the different people, different regions based on the challenges and deal with the different things. And the last one is perhaps the most important business to really learn from this exercise. How organize the capital plans that runs on it, or in the organized stakeholders organized here. And this is basically the assignment for that. They go back to the schools and things with artificial clarity, build specific projects that planning things can promote. The next activity could be an extension of the capital planning workshops. As I mentioned, it's simple, but they And each small numbers of people. And things I like to attend the workshop with the 16, that's the top of the bucket. And so how the development is working on with the different world ideas, I'm sure that the evidence becomes strongly is that how to plan workshops should be made accessible to a far larger number of people. The third, probably the most ambitious one of all, now that we've written down by students, by interest, how we plan workshops, what it comes to them next. And I propose that we start planning a national master's degree that is offered jointly by all universities in South Africa for as many as possible. And I mean not only UCT or Venice, but also Finland, Copa, and so on. The advanced university skills should be included. And the idea of a master's degree in integrated system science, it's exciting new area where it's advances sciences, the same sciences, geology, biology, chemistry, and basically expand our workshops and try to 10 days into a 1-year program. Few institutes have related expertise you get to offer such a course, but I think collectively the university so that it can do that. Teaching and having people available to teach these courses is a problem, but I've been very careful and I can find any number of our postdoctoral fellows who have been more than willing to go to schools to 3 or 4 to bring some of the university advanced for 10 years, 10 weeks, and they can offer also to active students. People being accredited all of these postdocs going to the students that they do this, they can get their students. Part of the job must be to identify essential students in the population, few exceptional people we have to mention that we encourage. We have to set up links to finding the perspective colleagues doing to accept such students. So the main goal of this exercise, again, is not so much to use more topics. A small fraction of the people say master's degree, integrated earth science, they don't become earth scientists themselves, scientists. And here's something to provide the participants in this project with the skills that will qualify them for any knowledge jobs in investment in development from the art society. The Congress advocated such a project. There was a reasonable skill when I was the first 4 or 5 students participated in it, but it could be useful to have discussions with it about what their experience was. But it could be the core component of the education project that we proposed. But they don't stop there. Well, that's the call coffee, which is the university. Our recommended afternoon for a discussion of what we are trying to see next. So how do they today?
Okay, so George will join us later today once he's awake in, just stop that, in the US. Very briefly, to summarize his points, which you all have a copy of, George's take on the issue is that the defining issue in South Africa right now is poverty. One of the really main ways in which we can help solve that is through education, and specifically to the transformation of our education system to make it open to everyone. But at the minute we're failing. The student protests have illustrated that students are very dissatisfied with the rate at which that's proceeding. So we have an opportunity to do something. But George makes a point where he deviates from us, or is the most controversial, I should say, that he thinks that we shouldn't go around and ask the professors how to do this, because the professors in the various disciplines got there through this system.
So his point is they're most likely to recommend a continuation of the system that A got them there, but that B is not satisfying the students. He therefore suggests we try and think of a big project through a small group of people with this philosophy, and see it highlights some bits that should be part of that project, but not necessarily exclusive to it, that could try and address these questions. And the bits that he highlights are the schools outreach, the Habitable Planet workshops, and the National Master's Degree. And in addition to that, he highlights that he has lots of postdocs at Princeton who would love for their CV to come and spend 6 weeks teaching in South Africa, and that we could utilize that as a resource. A reasonable summary. I can't offer any questions to George because he's still in bed. So I propose you save them for when we speak to him later, unless anyone has a general point for discussion on that.
I think the master's program is the hardest. I think the school thing is, in some senses, the easiest, and probably where the most fruit.
Yes, George does have a habit of continually telling me to do things that I'm already doing, and the schools program, as Mendy will also talk about later, has started. It's not in, we haven't got it as well as he'd like it, partly through administrative problems. We're supposed to spend 6 months a year measuring the seasonal cycle and then have a workshop, and instead we spend 6 months wrangling about contracts with CSIR and then have a workshop. So the measurements haven't actually happened yet, but we're getting there. I think we've solved it this year, but I'll come to that. Neville?
Just to say that the master's program is challenging in many ways. One of which is that there are competing master's programs.
Yes.
And so we would have to be able to make an offering that was really value addition. And one such example is what's happening with SARUA, which is the Southern African Rectors, or something like that. I think it's changed names. It's the Organization of Southern African Universities, who are at this juncture putting together a regional master's degree concept in what they're calling climate change. There's a debate about what they mean. So, and that hope, well, from their point of view, hopefully will take root shortly, and will be offered across the region. How to be accredited, all those obstacles they have to cross that bridge when they get to it. But if we offering something different, we have to differentiate it, and we have to figure out how it will interact.
The Sarua one is led by UCT, and it's worth, I suppose, one possible differentiation is after the roads must fall story. It's obvious that UCT are reluctant at best about transformation issues. I doubt there will be any sort of reference to that in their proposal, whereas there will in ours. That's possible. That's for discussion later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of kind of highlight, I appreciate that the master's program is different, but I also think that it is one of the things that you propose that has the most potential. Because one of the things that I find most exciting and also quite challenging about being in South Africa, having been in the United States for the last 13 years, is that unlike in somewhere like the States, you don't have a department at UCT that basically has a bunch of people whose expertise is repeated at the University of the Western Cape, whose expertise is repeated at Stellenbosch. So basically, the whole would be much greater than the sum of the parts if we could figure out a way to do this master's, because you have a couple of idea chemists in the country and a couple of people who have sort of the type of expertise that those chemists don't.
There's a danger, which is also worth highlighting right now, that if UCT are leading one that's with UCT and Rhodes, and that then Access do one which is mostly with the historically black universities, that the Access one looks like a remedial course, that it looks like one that's just, and I think that's really, we have to make sure that we don't end up being perceived as that. But anyway, again, all just points for discussion later.
Just your point about the one being led by UCT, of course, it's not just UCT, they're the primary things, and there's other Southern African universities, and including HBUs, in fact, in
other countries, not in South Africa.
No, I think they've got, I can't recall exactly.
I thought it was just Rhodes and UCT and South Africa.
I might be wrong, but your presumption that transformation would not be on their agenda needs to be tested, but also that, in fact, the problem is that they have the issue that they're addressing is not transformation. The issue that they're addressing is climate change.
That's a big
So right,
philosophical difference that we can.
so the point being that from George's perspective, our primary goal is to look at transformation
Yes.
through natural sciences,
Yes.
whereas theirs is to look at natural sciences.
Exactly, and that could be the differentiation, possibly. But lots of these will come up this afternoon, so I think I'd like to press on as we are short on time, and I'd like to hand over.
Just a quick question.
Oh,
I think
sorry.
Another thing that we need to come to some sort of an argument about this presentation is the two approaches that he mentions.
Mhm.
That of course he puts forward one of the two approaches. I think as a group we need to agree on which approach is the most appropriate. I mean, he talks about the top-down and the bottom-line approach. Academics are known to be people who generally at university work in silence. We need to think about this and synthesize it and be plain to make sure that whichever approach we end up taking is take us in the correct path so that we reach our destination.
Yes,
Because he
absolutely.
makes some arguments about one approach, but for the other one, he doesn't really say much. I don't know. That's strategic.
I like that in the first phase of Access, particularly with the research wing. I mean, we asked the professors, and we ended up with these 7 themes, which was not just, but to a large extent, the professors just carrying on with their own work with their own students, and so one of the things we can improve on was certainly that. The question is how. George's suggestion is great. I think we need to move away from that. We need to recreate something that isn't just recreating the present, because the present is unacceptable. Neville?
I just wanted to say that one of the difficulties with the concept of top down, bottom up is to define who's at the top and who's at the bottom, and where's the top and where's the bottom. So, for example, in my life, who's at the top is the Ministry of Science and Technology, because that's who gives us our mandate, and gives us our money, and tells us what they want to achieve. So it's our job. Often that's a two-way relationship. It's iterated between us. I accept that, but ultimately they're the policy makers. So we're answerable to policy, and if we don't respond to policy, well, then we're subversive. But we're entitled to be, I guess, but at a risk.
Yes.
Second question is, who's at the bottom? And is the bottom, as some would have it, communities who we serve, or is it our students, or is it us, the academics, and where do we sit? So that's a big debate, because you can argue many times a policy directive is given, it goes all the way from the top through to the bottom, and then back up again. So it's a complex issue, this, and we shouldn't deny the rights of academics, which is becoming a pejorative term, which I don't like, because academics are thinking people and knowledgeable people and have a perspective which needs to be listened to one way or another. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong, but they're in an authoritative position of knowledge. So we just have to get those balances right and not swing to the other side just because it might well be fashionable to do so.
Perhaps top down versus bottom up is a mischaracterization. Perhaps we want to think of it more as
Sideways one.
no, I just mean
Well, George's point was the process before was ask all the experts. The experts say they just want to carry on doing what they're doing because they have got to that position through the system that exists. They're not worried about the transformation issues. Then they went to the minister, said, this is what we want to do. And the minister said, this is what we're doing, which is what she's been told by the experts. The only slight amendment to that George is saying is actually, we decide what needs to be done and then get the minister to tell the academics, this is what we're doing. You can join or you can not.
and that should be achieved, allowing the voice of the academics to be heard, right? Once the vision of this program is kind of decided upon, then you
And
can represent the group.
You'll also be aware that Neville and I have discussed this after than we could do. But I want to press on because this is going to come up this afternoon, so we're kind of jumping the gun. And
I need to make one more point, and that is that your characterization of it is an oversimplification.
yes, it is. It's a character. Yes.
I just want to make a point in front of me.
Peter, would you care to take the stage?
Yes.
You're up. And just quickly, a little bit of introduction about what you do, I think would be appropriate. Yes.
Three color each, starting with the longest. Thank you. Yes. No. Yes. Hello. Good morning. My name is Peter. I'm from Red Zebra Foundation. We've been working with Access for 5 years now, I think. We bring our expertise is youth empowerment, motivational training, public speaking, personal development, which is and we share the same values as Access, as imparting these into with the young people to not just get the content and the methodologies, but actually increase their self-esteem and their pride and personal development as well. So we've worked internationally. We've actually worked with another youth organization that we planned the training and rolled out the training, and that's been successful in 30 to 40 countries. That's where our expertise kind of comes in here, especially with the education part, not with the academic part of it, as that's not our speciality, but helping with the training and really helping with some planning and with training for the schools and educational rollout on schools levels and for the Habitable Planet workshop itself. We'll share some of our methodology besides creative dialogue and using things differently. We've got some tools that we use in the beginning. If you can just each one can over these there. And some of the worked already with that, right? Just through, I don't know, just everyone's got one. Yeah, starting with red. Sorry, my instructions have not been good. Starting with red, continuing with orange. We're not completely chaos theory. Orange and part on the red. Red comes back this way then. Oh no, red starts here. Sorry. My apologies for the bad preparation.
Neville, John Red.
I'll have whatever color you want to give me. Because I'm balancing. Promise I'm working.
Great, thank you.
Yes,
perfectly ordered. Now just quickly for 1 minute to kind of switch or our brains a little bit. Can everyone please rise? Yes, well, Neville, some of us know it already. This is one of our many different creative tools, but these are called boom whackers. You know why? Sorry, boom whackers. Because they make boom when you whack them. So can I ask everyone just to maybe a little bit louder? Great. Can we have the reds only? Orange, yellow, violet, purple. You're on your own, but you're there. Green. Excellent. And everyone? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go. Great. Fabulous. Quick, can you find someone in the room or next to you or across to you, but ideally next to you because we don't have much time, that you don't know that much, or that you don't know, full stop. Great. Quickly then, maybe you want to cross or mix up the colors, but that doesn't matter. And then just, maybe just in 1 minute, why are you here? What is your area of expertise and what are you excited or passionate about? Otherwise, you wouldn't have given your day to be here with us, right? So just 30 seconds a person. Briefly.
But I do have a passion for engineering. Alumni, programs. Yeah, internship and rural focus. But also teaching friends that I meet both universities.
Very well.
Of course, there is a way challenges.
I saw you.
Okay, just 30 more seconds to round off.
So like you
I am from
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Sorry, do you want to just spread up again so not behind me? Okay, great. Next quick exercise. This is a very easy one. If I stomp my foot, you hit a note, right? Everyone sees me and my feet? Okay, ready? Focus. Tibble. Carl? Oh, okay. Ready? Go. Okay, ideally together when I right? Okay. Focus. Very good. Fabulous. Next question. What do you expect to get out of it today, the day that you spent here? What do you expect to get out of it? I think Carl already made his point, right? He wants a consultative paper, right? With all the with everything summarized, a proposal, a full proposal, right? But what do you want to get out of it? Maybe for yourself, maybe for your organization, maybe for a better world. Just again, 30 seconds each.
So I would hope to get out of it. Like I said, really like studying individual and creating the strategies. So I had a case of
I can do that.
Towards what they get out and what they get in. We can go out try and just slowly take measurements. But we don't have favorite views by any means. And words, literally, words. It's going to be interesting. Okay, swap if you haven't yet. We're done. Fabulous. Yeah, my timekeeping is not very.
No, indeed, but that's fine.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Great. One more exercise in between. This one is a bit easier. It's kind of a call and response. I call and you respond together. So we'll start with something like. Are you sure you're academics? You're too good rhythmically. Okay. Great. Last question is, well, you've shared what you want to get out of it. Maybe can you just share with your partner quickly what you're going to put in? What is your dedication, your commitment, your expertise, your skills, your personality? Just a couple of words. What are you prepared to commit and put in for today and well beyond, actually?
Yeah.
We need to.
Thank you for timekeeping. Okay, 10 more seconds to finish off. Okay, 5 more seconds.
Barney was at 2010.
3, 2, 1. Thank you. Great. Fabulous. To round off, can we just stand together in almost, well, just be a bit more circular, and you can go to your colors again. And then we'll try quickly, see if we can't be able to put a piece of music together quickly. Okay, can we maybe first all start with them helping me keep in the rhythm by stepping? After 4 to your right. Right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, your right, which is we go in a circle, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, right. To the right, my left. And back, 1, 2, 3, 4, back. Great, now we look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, left hand. Right, left hand. Yeah. There we go, great. Now, can we start with the red ones? You're just going to do okay, orange. Okay, great. Yellow. Okay, purple, you get to the one beat. Great. And green, do the offbeat. Yep, fabulous. Now don't forget to smile. And 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. One up. One down. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Great. Thank you very much. Just quickly while we're still standing. And we have to do it quickly and focused, which is great, which is a great exercise because I normally spend far too much time on that. Everyone has now 4 to 6 words to introduce their partner or new friend, which is their name, institution they come from, 1 word in what they want to get out, 1 word what they're putting in. So you must speed summarize, and you've got 4 words. We'll start here. No pressure.
Barney from the Eastern Cape, an anthropologist, started his own NGO. He's here to follow his passion in education and training.
Yes.
And will put in and learn as much as he can.
Okay.
Neville.
But really, let's try and stick to 5 to 6 words.
Yes. So Neville, who works for Access, is here to get a range of diverse perspectives. What was that?
Words or sentences?
Words. Okay, Neville works for Access. Want to get a range of expertise from different people.
Okay, maybe we can even practice the summarizing. Neville, access, range of expertise, putting in experience, right? So, Wendy.
Homicide, University of Port Head, putting his expertise in climate change, and just hoping this meeting will
Maybe CSIR, she would like to see this person coming up with a consolidated way forward concerning how climate change education can really be taken forward.
Thank you. Let's move on here.
Forgot the name, but Prof. From the CSIR of Pretoria, climate change forecaster model, starting Pretoria next year. New thinking, new direction. Great expertise.
Mm-hmm.
I also the guy from UKZA, really very energetic and enthusiastic here was very what to do.
Yes.
Simon from WSU, passionate environmental scientist, came to have broad engagement of students in universities.
Albert, professor in the Faculty of Agriculture and environmental science, and researcher in education, person that is willing to take whatever we have, take it forward to the national level, see everybody getting on board.
Thank you.
Frank, you see students in oceanography, 40 years experience, also entire 2 years, here to make us uncomfortable, I think.
Okay. From Sudu, works for CSAC, climate change, wants to improve education.
Sarah from ECT, scientist in chemistry, is here to share our knowledge and also try to get where she fit in the editing program.
Rendani from CSIR, passionate about science communication, and wants to get an idea of the range of different perspectives and expertise that he can bring to bear.
Yeah, he wants to retire in 2 years.
Oh, okay. Well, there's always volunteerism, right? Especially for access. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. It's great to hear all your excitement and kind of commitments. I guess I would like to ask just one commitment. Just looking at all the computers here, there's a possibility to possibly, unless you're working on the next presentation, which is you, or you're working on a printout that needs to be handed out like Neville now for later. If we can close them, because it just, as kind of group and team building, that not only is it distractive for you and signalizing that you've got something better to do than sharing what we're here for, it also creates a barrier, a physical barrier, literally, between you and the rest of the group. So unless you've got something urgent, that would be my request to add on to your commitment for today. And I'll hand over back to Carl. And thank you very much. And I'm very impressed with the academics. Maybe things can be done differently after all. Hey,
thank you, Peter. Okay, I'm going to pass that onto the boss. They're going to stand.
Well, we can actually just get them out of the way. Guys, I won't keep long because I want to save as much time for consultation as I can with you. I'm just going to show a couple of these slides. This is just from a presentation I gave you the other day. So just using all I want to get you is this. Oh, wait. The wrong presentation.
Oh, okay. Can we change it?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
The one that says Expo.
That was it?
That's the other one.
Spaces. Oh, okay.
Okay, so As you probably all know, Access is coming to the end of its first phase. It was reviewed in 2014, over a year ago, and it is now entering the second phase. But the issue is that the second phase of the project is not completely defined yet. And that's because there are not only shifting goalposts, but there are shifting sports codes on our field. And in fact, I can go on further with the analogy, which I won't. And this is really a work in progress. It's been an arduous journey for us to try and redefine what Access is going to be, because in short, it was a center of excellence, which was the original model under the Global Change Grand Challenge for the program. And we decided ultimately, after the review, in fact, in anticipation of the review, that Access is not suited as a center of excellence in terms of that definition of that particular instrument in the system. So we're going to become something else. What we're going to be exactly is not clear. But what we do know is that Access is going to become a specialized research platform within this global change family based at the NRF. Now, even those words, based at the NRF, are not clear. Whether all of Access is going to be based at the NRF, some of Access, as we know, is going to be based at the NRF, is also unclear. And exactly how we're going to manage this is going to unfold in the next couple of months. But what we do know is we have now a mandate to redesign our science program and our education program. And to make it work in a more integrated way, and we are less constrained now by the model of the Center of Excellence program. And we've also learned a lot in our last 5 years of how we've operated. Carl alluded to some of it. In the way we did our thematic work, it was very successful in its own way, but we didn't achieve the kind of integration that we might want to across the institution. So now the review has given us the opportunity, and it's now been officially agreed, that we can focus. So we are going to now be designing a focused and directed research and education program and integrated across our disciplines. And so the elements of that are going to be to utilize our geographic advantage in the region, to generate new knowledge in the Earth systems domain, new knowledge, so basic research, to use interdisciplinary tools. And I'll put there, what does that mean? Well, that's another whole debate which we need to have about what we mean by interdisciplinary, because of course it means different things to different people. It might mean taking the natural sciences and working some way or other with the social sciences. It might mean mixing up different branches of the natural sciences. That might be adequate as a definition of interdisciplinary. So there's a whole debate about what we mean by that. And again, I want to just stress that we are swinging pendulums all the time. Okay, it's a question of keeping your head and understanding what really is happening and not being swept away by this, because there are some in the scientific community who believe that scientists don't have a right any longer to make decisions about what science they do, but rather it's the users that need to define the science. And that's one interpretation. So it's a question of finding these balances and getting these tensions well balanced. But what we do want to do, and what I haven't said, is that one of the big decisions in this process of reconsidering Access is that DST is going to create a new flagship program in Earth System Science. That also is undefined, a flagship program. Still in the process of being defined, because there are other flagships. There's a flagship in marine science, a flagship in space sciences, as in astronomy. There's a flagship in paleo sciences. So we have this opportunity now to build this new overarching flagship. Again, we won't go into detail now. And what we've been given the mandate to do is to define a niche within that. So that's the kind of scientific focus we will get to, which is what we want. But we still have to deliver on policy imperatives. Transformation being one of those. Training students is another. Okay, and putting South Africa on the map is a third. Being a role player in Southern Africa is a fourth. There are a whole series of policy imperatives that aren't present, as I said earlier, who I am answerable to, which I'm answerable to, which we have to demonstrate. But it does provide an exciting opportunity for students and local international scientists. That's what we have. So actually we're in a really good position. Although it's shifting ground and it's thin ice and it's all sorts of things, we do have a really important opportunity. And so this meeting is part of that process. We are considering our whole education program, and I'm pleased that we're doing this before we're doing the science program, because this hopefully will then help us configure our science program in line with the education program. And so that's really what we want to do. And Access is both a research and education program. In the past, some people have perceived it as only an education program, but it isn't that. It's much more than that, and it should be much more than that. So then just a quick word on the science approach that we are developing. It's old information. But just to say that our education program, and Carl will expand upon this, is much more than Habitable Planet, and it's much more than just the bursary program. We've had a whole series of different activities that we've been busy with. Bursary program being one very primary expensive instrument. We're still looking to do this master's course and to get co-supervision going across the institutions. We've had a whole series of extracurricular development activities, including our statistical modeling course, which is actually a flagship extramural course, plus a range of others. We've had lots of student meetings and activities around our postgraduate students. We have workshops, for example, and just like the latest school stuff which is happening, the Early Career Association, we did a bit of that, and this idea of a postdoc program. So there's been lots of effort and thought that's gone into that component of the program as a whole. And then finally, I just want to kind of give you this concept. This is now early thinking. It's not complete. It's a work in process. And this is the thinking around. This is just a tool to try and help us conceive of how we might organize the science along the lines of what George was talking about. And this is using this DPSIR, drivers, pressures, state, impact and response framework for thinking. It's really designed for specific environmental problems. But here, what I'm trying to do is just to conceptualize, and I don't get stuck on this yet because it's not finished. But if we consider the drivers of the Earth system as the key components of the Earth system, such as meteorological systems, oceanographic systems, the interactions between those, the biological aspects of the Earth system as subsystems, and then via this dynamic, which drives through these secondary drivers or mediating systems, such as the hydrological system or climate systems forcing or biogeochemical fluxes. So this is the sort of structure, this is the functional part of it, really creates a state of our system. And we can look at this in all different scales, but there's a state, which is, in that state we can describe in today's meteorological configuration of the seasons, meteorological configuration of oceans, atmosphere, land, and ecosystems. And we can also consider the trajectories of those states. So then we've got the drivers, we've got, if you like, the pressures or secondary drivers, we've got a state, and then the impacts. What happens because that state, which is dynamic, has impacts on both natural and social ecological systems. And so the system responds accordingly. So goods and services, etc., are impacted by this changing state. And then the responses. And those responses are either management responses, how we manage either directly the state, or we try to manage the subsystems, or we impact on the basic functions here by, for example, carbon dioxide emissions as one of the consequences. So this is just a way to conceptualize how the Earth system might cycle, might be a dynamic system. And the reason I've done that, and we can argue the content at another occasion, which we in fact will do, is that there is an external driver which also impacts on how the system pulsates and interacts. And that external driver is effectively the seasonal signal, which is a solar signal. And that then imposes upon the system a cyclicity. And so, giving that concept its due, we argue that that really is the way in which we can conceive of our science, is by looking at how this works. And so this naturally then divides things up into sort of a natural science area and into a, if you like, a social ecological sector, and even some management aspects of how we can construct, looking and using the seasons as the real lens on this whole system. And that's really what we're doing. And At this stage, what we are is we're conceptualizing this into some format that we can take it to the community and consult with our various stakeholders in developing and getting a mandate like we're doing here to propose the way in which the program will operate scientifically in the next phase. So just to summarize, we have this opportunity. We are looking at the education side of things. We have a concept for the scientific side of things. We hope to get out of you guys a mandate and a plan for a plan, which we will construct and iterate with you. Similarly, on the science side, we're going to take what we get out of this meeting, plus this concept, and work it up into a functional project scaled according to what funding we have, and get these two to work together in a much more integrated way in the next phase. That's what we're doing. All right, Paul.
Okay, thank you, Neville. Can I ask what I think I'll do is we'll hear the three talks and then discuss. We've heard everything, if that's all right. So I'll continue.
I'm also juggling things today because I've got a long story behind that, but I'll do as much attention as I can.
All right, I'm very grateful to Neville. I don't know why the slides have been cut today, but I guess there's not much we can do about it. You'll have to bear with the top of the slides missing. My apologies. Thank you very much to Neville. He's also covered some of the stuff that I intend to cover, and I'll bounce off Neville as we go. What I want to do is, as quickly as possible, try and summarise what we've done in the last 5 years of the education programme. And it's a mammoth task. And I'm also well aware I'm talking to a room which includes some people who've been involved since before access was even a thing, Gabani here, and some people who know very little about it. So it's quite a difficult thing to do, but I'll do my best to give you a factual overview of what we've done, and so that you know where we're starting from before planning forward. And just to say that, my slides will oblige. Okay. So the Access Education Programme has historically been divided into two, which Neville alluded to. And this comes from an historical quirk that before Access was an actual thing, the Habitable Planet Programme was started. Actually, Frank was involved right at the start at UCT. Under George Philander's research chair, that was how it was funded. I was working on it from 2007. So the Habitable Planet actually existed before Access officially existed as a real thing. And so in 2010, when Access existed, it also had its education program, and slowly the two have merged together. But actually, as I sent in my notes, there's a bit of a quirk. Habitable Planet was actually funded completely separately until 2013. So they've come from slightly different origins, but they're around the same thing. As Bill just told you in the postgraduate program, two things stand out. We had awarded postgraduate bursaries, which I'll talk to quickly, and some postgraduate training courses. And then in the Habitable Planet workshops, I want to talk you through some of the major things that we've done. And again, as I say, it's impossible to get 5 years into a 20-minute presentation, so it really is just some highlights. But these include the undergraduate workshops that, as I mentioned, were started in 2007. The fact that we've now got a huge social network engagement and following, which started in 2008. That we've championed the idea of peer learning. We now actually train alumni from the course to teach on the course, so that it's actually young people presenting to young people, and it makes a big difference, we find, to the amount of learning that happens. As George alluded to, we've actually started sending the alumni from the course back to schools and training them to do so, which we've worked on in conjunction with Red Zebra. And now, since 2014, the students have self-organised and elected a national committee, and with representatives on most campuses across the country. Mendy here is on the committee and will maybe say a few words at that point. I'll start with the postgraduate programme. I'm just going to say a little bit about what's been done, and then I'll move on to Habitable Planet. Before I do, just one word. One of the big things that we need to try and think about is, do we still want these two to be separate? And if not, does everything become part of the Habitable Planet programme, which, as I will allude to, has a specific set of values? Or does everything become part of just the Access Education programme? Do we need to drop Habitable Planet, or do they exist as two separate things? Habitable Planet is below, is undergraduate and below, and postgraduate is the Access Postgraduate programme. Those are things that we need to think about. So in terms of the postgraduate programme, and Neville knows more than me on this, We graduated about 100 postgraduates. There's some statistics. We've done relatively well attracting non-white students, and a little bit lower that South African non-white students. We had, and one of the big achievements is the Mail and Guardian.
Yes.
The newspaper featured 2 of our students recently in their climate change, what was it, leaders section. One of the points, the challenges that we met that I think is worth thinking about, and one of the things I want you guys to think about this afternoon, was that at the start of the postgraduate program, Neville and the then Access Education manager, a guy called Edgar, went around the country and hosted workshops, and it was a road show, to go and find promising young non-white students to get into this program. And they drew up a list of 200 students who were ideally qualified to take up master's research. And that list was distributed to all of the theme leaders, the research theme leaders who were going to pick the students. Can anyone guess how many of that 200 they picked? 0. Not one. Not one was picked. The theme leaders gave positions to people they know, which is human nature. You know that this student is good. You don't want to pick a student off a list that you've been given that you have no idea. 3 of those students actually came back and said, listen, Edgar actually promised us we were getting a position. We talked to him, he sat us down, he said, and so we had to somehow wedge them into a position somewhere, but it wasn't really ideal. We have to think about some way. How do we do that? I mean, supervisors don't want a complete random. They don't want somebody that they don't know. But we need to do that if we're going to promote, particularly also, I'll come on to Habitable Planet, we generate 200 students a year. Of those, I get a 10-day interview with them, right? I see these students for 10 years. I can recommend lots of them who I know are absolutely excellent. But how do we then do something for them? Because again, at the minute, it's the supervisors who pick, and they don't get the 10-day interview. I do. They pick people they know. Anything more on that, Neville?
Just to say that doesn't mean that the supervisors didn't choose black students.
No, absolutely. As you see, we did reasonably well. And we've had several events where we've got all of the students together. We've had science symposiums. That's for the cohort localized last September. And then, as Neville alluded to, we've done several postgraduate skills courses. So these have been courses generally aimed at those who are either masters or PhD or postdocs to develop certain skills that are needed. We had an interaction with Japanese scientists and the SATREPS project. The SATREPS was a research project, but we got some scientists to come over and teach. We did one at the University of Zululand, and we did one at the University of Fort Hare in East London. So 2 SATREPS events. And then we've done several, 3 now, I think, stats and modeling stats courses to teach statistics, and these have been done in Kenya, where you'll see we did a Habitable Planet in Limpopo and Cape Town. Anything else, Neville, that is worth mentioning under the postgraduate courses?
Yeah, I mean, the desire, as you'll see in the documents, is that we wanted to get and we still want to get a curriculum of extramural courses functional and even accredited at some point.
Yes, and one of the challenges I suppose that's worth bearing in mind is at the minute, unlike the Habitable Planets, which do have a coherent narrative to them, the postgraduate courses don't. We haven't been able to find some sort of unifying theme to make them a package. They are just individual at the minute courses that happen to be sponsored by Access. Okay, so that's the postgraduate program. Then, which you all know is closer to my heart, because I've done all of them, is the Habitable Planet workshops. So I'm going to quickly talk you through what we've done there, starting with a little bit from George. I mean, principally, as George pointed out earlier, the Habitable Planet philosophy starts from the observation we don't have enough students to do research. Everybody's asking for more students. When you look around the various Ivy League South African universities, George makes the observation that what you'll see is we do very well at attracting young white students into research. We do very badly at non-white South Africans. And you can see that this is a picture from the Department of Science and Technologies reports, but basically we lose most of the students at undergraduate level. Particularly non-white students drop out at undergraduate level, do not go on to do research. And so George proposes that one of the reasons for this in earth science is that we're not selling them a message that's of interest. He alluded to in his talk that in earth system science, climate change is the big and exciting thing right now. And the message of climate change is that if we don't stop being naughty, then in 50 years' time, there'll be floods and droughts and all sorts of terrible things. And he points out that at the minute, if you grow up in the location in South Africa, all of those things happen today, right? Floods happen every year in Cape Town. In the winter, the townships floods, people lose their homes. So his point is that if you're going to tell people for whom the present is unacceptable, that the future will be worse, that's actually not an inspiring story. It's actively demotivating. It will demotivate students to want to study this science. A nice analogy I would put, he tries to argue that it's more of interest to middle class students, which I have to say, okay, I'm not sure I'd count myself as middle class, but I was relatively comfortable compared to South Africa. And I came into science because I wanted to help with climate change. That motivated me for sure. But I can totally see how, from a different perspective, that would be demotivating. If I asked anyone around this table if they wanted to invest 500,000 rand to save their children from maybe being flooded or maybe facing a drought, you'd have a real difficult moral question. You want to know, what are the chances, right, of my child facing a drought? And can I get 500,000 rand? But I think most of us at a push will go to a bank, we'd find it. If you ask somebody in the location the same question, it's not a moral question. They don't have money to suffer, let alone 500,000 rand for a problem which might happen in the future. So the point is, with a different perspective, this is unlikely to inspire. And George often tells us to watch the movie Invictus because of the story of Nelson Mandela using the fact that the Springboks were excellent as a unifying symbol. He talked in his talk earlier about symbols. He says what we need in South Africa to get more students, more particularly young non-white students into science, is a symbol of South African excellence, something that's positive and inspiring. And we're actually really incredibly lucky that we have exactly that. That wherever you look through the story of Earth system science, South Africa transpires to be the most incredible place to be studying it. And so I've got some examples up here, from the fact that we have two radically different oceans in oceanography, to the fact that we have radically different geology, sandstone and granite next to each other, very, very rare. Charles Darwin came to South Africa to see the seed point contact, unique geology, through to unique botany, our own floral kingdom, to unique zoology, the animals. We've got the human evolution story, which we debated last night in our online events. Most of this is cited here. We have the lady recently. And all of these come down to diversity at the end of the day. It's the highest biodiversity. It's the two different diverse oceans. And so George's idea is that symbol of excellence, that thing that could inspire young people to have pride in being a scientist in South Africa. It's kind of like an extended rainbow nation. The diversity of culture turns out to be just one small facet of a wider diversity that makes South Africa an exceptional place to be studying this science. So that's really the philosophy. And what we did, George and I, back in 2007, I should say that George, he was in the office next door to me, so it was quite by chance that I met him. I was a postdoc, just arrived from the UK. I didn't know South Africa at all. And after about 6 weeks into my postdoc, this grey-haired old gentleman walked into my office. I had no idea who he was or that he was a famous professor. And he talked for over half an hour at me. He just stood over me like this at my desk. I didn't know how to use MATLAB and I was trying to figure it out. And he just stood and talked to me for half an hour without asking anything, and then left. And I thought that was a bit odd, and I got back to MATLAB. 2 weeks later, he appeared, stood over me and said the same things again. And I was left with a confusing feeling that maybe he's senile. After the third time, I realized, well, maybe he actually wants me to help him. And it was all the things I've been telling you now. So we devised this curriculum together where it's called The Habitable Planet, as you already know now. And basically what we do is we start with the revelation that Earth is the only habitable planet known. Even though there are now tens of thousands in the universe that we know of, we only know one that's habitable. So why is that? It's a fascinating observation. How can we explain it? And as scientists, we employ a reductionist approach. We try and break the question down. And so this is really where this hierarchy of models, where at the start of the Habitable Planet course, we considered just, okay, Mars is too cold, Venus is too hot, maybe the Earth is habitable because it's the right distance from the sun. Or we can test it. We get rid of all the parameters. We just have a planet of a given color, a given distance from the sun, and we'll find out if we have to learn some high school physics. We remind about albedo and conservation of energy, etc. And with a bit of high school physics in the back of the envelope calculation, we find out the Earth is far too cold for life. So we need more. And throughout the week, we do it as a 10-day course in Habitable Planet. We slowly add layers of complexity. So we need the static atmosphere, and we need to learn about the greenhouse effect. We need Wien's law. We need to learn about quantum theory, a little bit of wave-particle duality. We do all of that to try and understand how the greenhouse effect works. Okay, that makes a planet that's too hot. We add in weather and climate. We do a paleo perspective, we add in light. And at the very end, once we have the knowledge tools to understand the problem like climate change comes in. But the thing that we stress at every point, from astronomy, where we have the SKA, through to oceanography with the two oceans, to botany with the Flora Kingdom, every point in the story, we stress why South Africa turns out to be unique. So I just want to quickly go through what we've done. So we did the workshop starting in 2007. From 2010 to 2013, it was operating in 3 contracts. We had one from 2007 to 2010, 2010 to 2013, and now the current contract we're under. I'm presenting 2010 to 2013 because we did good monitoring and evaluation, so I have good data on that period. In that period, we graduated 427 students from the program. In total now, it's more like 800. So we've had 800 through this program. Of those, 80% Black South Africans, which is excellent, and increasing. Was an interesting phenomenon. At the start, we employed some affirmative action to try and make sure that we always got enough Black students. Now, it's almost the opposite. We very, very rarely get non-Black students. It's become very popular, particularly at historically Black university campuses. Whether that's a problem or not, I'm not sure. White students did definitely offer a different perspective, which was nice. Anyway, it's a whole different discussion. Mostly HBU students, and as I say, that's also increased. If I go beyond 2013, this figure is up to probably about 80%. And always, I couldn't dig that out in time. It never dipped below 40% female participation. And as I say, all of those have increased. So we've done very, very well in attracting the right audience. This gives you an overview of some of the students in that second phase from 2011 all the way through to 2014. We've been doing basically 3 or 4 undergraduate workshops a year with groups of 40, approximately 40, 35 to 45 undergraduate students. And they all come and spend this 10 days learning about why Earth's habitable. I didn't put in, I could give you the feedback from them, it's incredible, it's sycophantic. I can give you 20 pages if you want of sycophantic student feedback. I'll dig one out at some point. I lose track of what to do with it. I mean, I've got hundreds and hundreds of students all echoing the same sentiment that they now want to do a PhD with the best 10 days. They say it was the best 10 days of their life. They give up 10 days of holiday and nearly all of them report that it was the best 10 days of their life. I don't know how to synthesize that in a way to show to people to really hit that message home. And just bring up a page of text, it's boring. So you have to take it from me. The students, they want to do research. They come out absolutely inspired by this 10 days learning about the planet. I'm going to skip forward just to that one. I do have some data to show you, to show the effect. I mean, one, we do want just them to know about why Earth's habitable, why South Africa is special, and take that enthusiasm back. They don't have to go on to research, but obviously part of our reason for being a program is we want to get researchers. I just want to show, this is the national average in orange. This is habitable planet students in blue, and this shows you how likely they are to go on from undergrad to honours, from honours to MSc, or from MSc to PhD. Basically, you can see compared to the national average, habitable planet students are twice as likely to progress to the next step. As a scientist, I would caution, at the time we only had 4 PhD students, so this is a very small sample size, but these are both big samples and I would imagine statistically significant. And then, spread these about, we've created a network, and this is, I think, really important. We've used social networking tools to make sure that after the students leave, these 800 students, they actually carry on being involved. Our Facebook group is, we have a media consultant, a a woman called Nao. She was a student on the workshop and is now an environmental journalist and media specialist. She describes this as being the most vibrant Facebook group she knows. It's pasted to everyday students debate, sometimes anonymously. We have one climate change denialist and evolution denialist who winds everybody up no end. but that's great. I mean, it's vibrant, it's interesting. And look, I want to show you, when I posted that, we had 2,300 people joined. It's now to about 2,500. It's very, very popular. And we also spread out. We're on Twitter. This happened later, so we're only 500 there, and then more recently on Instagram. So we've tried to create a network of students across the country. We're doing our best to keep them engaged with the limited resources we have and make them feel part of this Habitable Planet family. As George alluded to, we started doing the course online. So at the minute, as we pointed out, I only see maximum 200 students a year, which is a drop in the ocean. We want to try and get it out to as many students, particularly on rural campuses that wouldn't normally get this opportunity. So now each year, and we're just doing it at the minute, we run it online. That involves, yes, so each week the students get a page of work which looks like that. I give a little bit of background, so you can see the bar at the top shows you how far we are into the Habitable Planet story. They get a little bit of background as to what's happening this week. And then students, again, which we'll come to, give lectures on the various topics. Those are augmented by, I invite the old academic to come and give what we call a key talk, which I will come to. And then we have these online events. So last night this happened. Students all across the country. We had a group of 20 at the University of Zululand, a group of 20 at UFH, and then smaller groups of 5 to 10 at UKZN, both Durban and Pietermaritzburg, Univen, where else? Oh, UFH, Alice, and yeah. And so you can see that there's Wuzu. And to see where each other straight up. This is the group of Wuzu watching. You can see they are literally on the edge of their seats. I like that photo. And basically, the students ask questions about the content in the course, and I get a panel of scientists, and we have a discussion. It's broadcast live on YouTube. For the first two events that happened this year, we had 150 people watching. That's 150 people watching, but of course, these are groups. This will count as one watch. About 300 signed up for the course, so somewhere between a half and 2/3 of the students from the course tune in and watch these discussions. Last year, we were lucky to have Minister Pandor on. I interviewed her, but we were only allowed one question. The students sent in about 300 questions, so I had to pick one to ask the minister, but we still did it, which was great. Okay, so I think it's in development. We're working on the format, but it seems to work very well. And the students, one of the big problems with online courses is the fact that nobody finishes them. And so what we've done to try and account for that is we hold. So now instead of holding 3 Habitable Planet workshops a year, we hold 2 that are done in the normal format. In December, the Habitable Planet workshop that we hold is for people who did the best at this course. So they do multiple choice tests at the end of each week. The multiple choice tests are quite easy. If you watch the material, you'll get them right. So it becomes not a measure of how intelligent you are, and a measure of how enthusiastic you are and willing to dedicate your time. And so hopefully what we end up with is the 30 most enthusiastic students, which is really what we want here. And we take them to a workshop, the one we're having in Cape Town in 2 weeks' time in this room, in fact, for the next group. So that seems to work very well. So far, we get 300 a year signed up. I'd like to get more. How will be an interesting one for you guys. So then, just lastly to comment on some of the features of the workshop that were developed as we went along. The first one was the core lecture training and the ultimate peer learning. One of the problems we had early on was that we want to tell this story of why the planet's habitable, go through all these steps, and I would ask lecturers to come in and tell it, and they never did. You tell them, this is what I want you to talk about, the role of this in Habitable Planet, they talk about their research. And then the story is lost. And it occurred to me 2 things. The first is that research talk is really useful. So nowadays we do a thing called key lectures, both in the course and on the online course, where we actually get them to talk about their research. And several people in this room have given one of those. But the other thing that we do is we train alumni from the course to go give the core lectures. This serves 2 purposes, which are both, I think, really important. The first is that the actual story gets told, because students will listen to what you tell them to talk about, whereas academics don't. But the second is that, again, by virtue of the very problem that we talked about at the start today, if I get professors... Oh.
Did I do something?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ah.
I'll pull this out.
Neville.
Sorry.
Can't take him anywhere, hey? It's not on the memory stick, but it seems to upset the computer. My cursor has disappeared. The cursor's disappeared.
Oh God.
There we are. Okay, so, hang on. There we are.
Sorry.
All right, don't do it again.
Sorry.
The second important function, by virtue of the problem we spoke about earlier, the lack of transformation in higher education, if we just get the professors to do it, it tends to be a bunch of old grey-haired white guys like Frank in the corner who's modelling that look very nicely for us, talking at a bunch of predominantly non-white students. They don't ask questions. There's an authority issue there. One of the things that we really champion in Habitable Planet is George's point that teaching should be about building confidence and critical thinking. And so, and Peter's been very helpful in building that. If we want to make them challenge the speaker, it can't be an old white guy like Frank. It needs to be somebody younger and ideally looking more like them. They act as role models. The students sat in the class know that they can come back as a core lecturer. They can see the person at the front and they can think, all right, yeah, I could do that. And, you know, I could give a lecture, I can come back. So this has been great. To do it, we needed to train them. So that's, and one of my big problems, which you might have read in my notes, is I don't have enough money. At the end of the day, I had this, the Habitable Planet contract was awarded in, originally the second contract, where I took over, was 2010. They awarded, it's 1.2 million a year to do the 4 workshops. That hasn't been renewed, but never increased. So it's still 1.2 million a year. But now I have to do the 4 workshops, the training, the schools programs, and the NEC. There's more stuff for effectively less money, and this is a real problem. So we do a training each year in January. The trainings have now replaced 1 workshop. So instead of 4 workshops a year, 3 workshops. And the training, we asked Peter to help because training is his specialist department, and we developed this idea of training for core lecturers. So they come here and basically we do some confidence exercises. We try and build their self-esteem, get them ready to be talking in front of an audience, and then we give them a go. So they do it, you'll see here in pairs. This, by the way, is a guy called Hope. He is giving a talk on modelling, and in order to liven up a dull subject, he's doing a catwalk there, which was excellent. But he's with his partner, Lloyd Mello. So the two, we ease them into giving a lecture. So firstly, some confidence exercises, they prepared some slides, then they give a lecture together, and then they give the core lecture by themselves. And this has worked very, very well. Caesar you'll hopefully meet later. This is her training last year. She's one of the very excellent core lecturers that we've produced through this. So it's great. And it helps the lecturers themselves, and I think it's good for the students. So this has worked particularly well. I want to make one other point before I move on. The other thing that we've done, which I'm sure I'll have some pictures of later, is that, as George points out, part of the value here is symbolic. We want to show them, we want them to feel that they should be proud to be South Africans, that they should be proud to live in the best country in the world. So we have a heavy reliance on field trips. We take them to see what's special about South Africa. And that's worked extremely well. The students really look forward to the field trips. It's something exciting. And again, there's not always the greatest deal of content compared to a day sat in lectures, but I think the impact on confidence and on their motivation is incredible. Okay, so then we've also introduced the schools engagement training. In terms of, as you saw, George's point, George said we need to get back to schools. We thought about this and how we're going to do it, and you know, me and Neville could go to schools and we'd visit maybe 3 a year. In our spare time, and it's just me and Neville, which is, with the best will in the world, not the most inspiring team. So what we decided was, rather, we'll send alumni back. So we started with just the core lecturer training. We now do 2 trainings. So the students, when they finish Habitable Planet, as I said, I'll give you some of the feedback. They're really inspired. They want to do something for science education in South Africa. And so then we can say to them, okay, you guys, you think that poverty is the big topic, you want to help by doing something for education, you can train as a core lecturer. Or if you don't want to talk to adults. If you prefer children, train to do a schools workshop. And so we bring them here in January. We developed this with Red Zebra, who are after all the schools outreach specialists, and Rhodes University. We worked with a guy, I can't remember his name. I don't have my notes. Oh, his name was Labona. He's a master's student in the Environmental Learning Centre at Rhodes, and Professor Robert Donahue, his supervisor, to put together another 2-day training to look at how do we translate the Habitable Planet message to schools, to do it in schools. And the idea, as I said, is that they start a science club at their local or rural school for 6 months, measure the weather, communicate with others who are doing the same, and then they hold what's called a mini Habitable Planet, a 7-day workshop that mirrors the Habitable Planet curriculum, and they go and teach it. And we've done quite a few of those now. So we trialled it, you can't see the year, in 2013, and we did 2, one both in Limpopo, where it just transpired, that's where we had student groups. And then last year we did 3 with EWC, WITS and UP in Limpopo again. And this year we've also done 3. We hope to do more. I asked the students to write proposals. We also do a bit of proposal writing in the training and give them some skills there. Last year we received 7 proposals, but we can only fund 3 with the money we have. This year, once again, I think we've got 6 proposals on the table and 1 renewal request. So once again, we've got far more interest in this than we can fund, and that's one of the key problems I want to raise with you. These are great. You were involved in this Seaway Reds, and University of Zululand don't have anyone involved in that. These have been great. And just to show you, it's not just about funding. The students have thought this out well. They've done some interesting stuff. Like they took these kids to a lab for the first time. They've never been to one. This is in the Eastern Cape. Took them to the Science Centre. Oh, sorry, this is University of Zululand. This is the Eastern Cape. They did the careers evening. They got people in to talk about different careers in science. So they've done really useful and interesting stuff. You'll all have. Oh, you won't all have. I printed out a couple of NEC documents. I sent all my printing to go the other day from my office, and the printer's in another room. And I came out and all printed A3. It wasn't really intentional.
It's very important to know that for Carl, every day is Friday the 13th.
So there's a couple of these to pass around that just tells you all about this year's NEC. They're elected by the student body. Mendy, we have reps on most campuses, right? On most campuses across the country. We have a chair, the lovely Shlingiwe. You can see pictures. It's not the greatest picture of Shlingiwe, that has to be said. There she is with Peter on the screen. There's 2 things to point out about them. This is the 2nd year of the committee, and both have been, to a greater or lesser extent, dysfunctional. I think that's fair, right? So we might have to revisit how we support them. Both committees spent a year arguing about what the constitution should be or how we should do something instead of actually doing something. I wrote an email to them. It struck me as a Formula One team spending hours debating what colour the car should be, and nobody cares what colour a winning car is. It's the fact that they won. So but they have achieved something this year, which they've opened a bank account and they're just about to register themselves as a non-profit organisation, which allows them to receive charitable donations, which we can't. They can go to sponsors and bring money into the program in that way. They can do other stuff that we can't. So they're a useful resource, but we might need to rethink exactly the model which we do with them, because so far it hasn't worked. Hasn't worked as well as it should. I think that's about a good summary of the various interventions that we've done.
I'm going to add 2 slides when you're finished.
Oh, when I finished?
Yeah.
Can you do it now? Because the last one I want to go into a workshop.
I want to just because Carl obviously is so focused on the Habitable Planet aspects of our work, and he gave me an opportunity to say something about the others. I just want to balance things a little bit by saying something about those nasty postgraduate students. There's another one who has made up our cohort of postgraduates. and we saw the stats about how we've basically by the end of March next year, we should have graduated about 150 people, which is fine. It's good. It's good numbers. There are lots of issues to discuss here, but I want to just say that a huge effort has gone in there as well, a massive effort. Not directly by us, but by our supervisors and by our teams. One of them is over there, Fred was involved, to us here. Hamisai has been involved in our processes before, so a lot of you guys. But what I just want to show is that we produced a lot of outputs as well. So, for example, where is it here? This we've done, and this document is available for you to see. Can you make it smaller? Just give me the controls. I want to just, where's it gone? I want to go, why can't I see it, Carl?
It's on the other screen.
There.
No, it's on this screen.
Oh, I see. Like that, you mean? So now I want to make it smaller. I want to actually make the, yeah, that's what I want to do. So we produced 2 of these so far. We will produce another one. And if I could page through it, just to give you a sense that every single one of our students have got, you guys, right? Have got something about who they are, what they've been doing in the research. This is the highlights. So sorry, this is one, not every single one of the students. Here you go. This is the highlights one. So basically the outputs of what they've been doing. So we've been seeing not only their own publications and their own theses, but also what actually is coming out of the program as a program. And so we went through this one, and then I need to open the other call, which is this. That was the research highlights, and then the compendium, which looks like this, is basically that's you, bro.
I move it.
Yes. So this one here gives you a sense of every single student and all the supervisors and team leaders, what we've been doing, who the student is, where they're from, what their research is on. So this gives you a sense of that side of the program at the postgraduate level. And then the final thing I wanted to show was just this, just to emphasize, your thing, Carl. Just to emphasize that this is just the latest, this July, we did the stats course at WITS. We had 120 people participate in that. We are oversubscribed by like 5 times about the number of people we can accommodate in this kind of training. So this was a 4-day course on the R program and basic stats up until sort of GLM linear modeling kind of levels. In fact, I participated as a student in this course. And so we offer this not just to our postgraduates, but to anyone, basically, who can. We've run it at Limpopo University, we've run it at WITS at UCT, we've done it in Ghana and in Kenya, and we'll be continuing this kind of process. That's just to give you a sense of additional effort beyond habitable planning and education side. Back to you.
Okay, lastly in this session, I'd like to offer, we have a few students who graduated from the Habitable Planet program here, including Mendy, who's part of the NEC. So I'd like to hand over to them for 15 minutes or so, guys, if that's reasonable.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Already know my name, Tovani, and as Carl already said, that I attended the 2010 planning workshop. So our task here today was to share some of our experiences and what we've been able to do with sort of called HPW Live. It's quite a broad mandate because there's quite a lot that students have been able to achieve. So whether it's from a mentorship and support kind of perspective, or whether it's financial or kind of career assistance, to kind of opportunities for active citizenship. So with the high school education programs. So I'm sorry, amongst many other opportunities. Some of the students will share, but I'll start with sharing my own story as well. So I started with attending the 2010 Habitable Planet workshop. I was at the time an honor student studying anthropology, and had a very sort of active interest in environmental anthropology. So I saw an advertisement and I applied and I managed to get in. As Carl already mentioned, that really you live so inspired, and I was really inspired at the time, and I was writing for a popular kind of blog. So I wrote an article about sort of my experiences at the workshop and how it inspired me. Professor George Philander picked up the blog and invited me to the launch, which was later in the year in 2010. And since then, I was able to go into the training as well for lecturing course, and I've lectured, I think it's the Free State workshop, and then possibly one more after that. So I want to just talk about two kind of benefits that I've been able to attain from the HPW workshop. The first one refers to career development. So right now I lecture with Duke University and the Organization for Tropical Studies. And the kind of training and skills that I was able to attain from attending the HPW, I was able to leverage that experience, because one of the first things if you try to get into academia, they ask for is your teaching hours. What is your experience? So I was able to really use that experience to gain an entry into academia. And the second kind of benefit relates to kind of academic development. So currently trying to work on my math, my PhD, and my interest sort of in multi-species ethnography. So looking at really human, animal, and environmental relations was really sort of first at the HPW workshop. So I'll just hand over to the students my fellow students to share some of their experiences and maybe come back to it.
Thank you, Ms. Barney.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Namely. I attended my first one was last year, December, which was 2016. And I also saw an advert and I was told by an alumnus, Miranda Maribate, I don't know if you know her. I worked with her last year, so she told me about it and I applied. I did the first online course, which was actually quite exciting. And after that, Carl is right when he says the big symbols of your life. You meet people that you never would have met from different universities, and you get to learn about different research that goes into it. For me, I found it strange. I'm like, why are we learning about why I go to science school and then what? Then we actually do the course that makes so much sense to you. I'm an environmental scientist focusing on more and water quality. But then when I actually learned it, I'm like, there's actually other parts of environmental science that we can go into. So I had a terrible experience with my MSc, but this does inspire me to want to go and do my PhD. In January this year, I did my core-lecture training, which actually helped me with help with my public speaking. I'm not very good at speaking out and get shy. So that has helped, and I'm also doing one of the core lectures here for the online course that's happening now. And for me, it's what I've gotten from this is the network skills. We learn presentation skills. We learn about research, how to do research, the fact that we get to write proposals to be able to come to a schools program. For me, that's more the social. So obviously we do learn the theory, but for me, it's more the social benefit that we get from the program that really highlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Okay, hi, my name is Kabir. I've recently graduated PhD through the Access program. So for me, it was basically from graduating masters, not knowing what to do. You want to go and get a job. You don't want to do PhD as everybody else in South Africa doesn't want to. We don't have the methods, the enlightenment of it. And unfortunately, got the financial benefit of the Access bursary, went through, got the PhD. And from me, I'll speak more on the research side. What it does is it gives you a sense of direction. Being part of Access, you feel like part of an elite group of scientists that does research that matters. So not just doing a normal PhD with aims and objectives in your little silo, but also research that matters. So fine-tuning your work into one of the grand challenges categories, doing research that matters, and using the networks to obtain data supervision. So I worked with a company from SAPI, doing the Access name, got access to data, use some of the co-supervision, and then develop tools that is operationally beneficial to the company, and some of them which they use now for their forestry applications. Secondly, which I didn't anticipate, was the fact to publish. So published a lot of work, some of the cutting edge and groundbreaking work, which was part of the Access deliverables as a PhD, or not a must, but it actually pushed me to publish. So not only developing me as a researcher, I also went to Kenya as a core lecturer, been to a few, helped organize the one recently at the University of Zululand. So yeah, it's more than just giving opportunity, but creating a platform. And now that we have these guys who are young, we need to now encourage the youth, or be that symbol that we talk about, because you don't want it coming from someone who you can't identify with. So we are young, we energetic, that's where we need to be. And I think we need to also invest in our human resources, because it's free. Talk about budget and stuff, but we've got human resources, young guys who can take it forward and just spread this access world across.
I'll speak on behalf of all students, since we've been working together for all the years. Access and probably Bote and other issues has done so much that our healthy level wish to see access office in Bote and access office in Health and access office, because this is doing so much, yet somehow work is done under the team. The work that is done by access, to students. Because one thing about it is that I've been lecturing with processes since 2005, being the previous at university, the issue of confidence. When we came with students to the first HPW, the one that I went to, I saw students, because normally when students are there, they make sure that in terms of competition, how competitive are they for other students after graduation. But I saw students coming and meeting other students that are doing their best degrees, and they came back actually waking up that no, actually we are boys like other students, because we get to present, and then the issues of confidence. I mean, I saw the students growing from being shy people that are scared of talking, to people that today are presenting as collectors in the HPWs. I mean, the other thing, in terms of proceeding to postgrad, the intervention of access, now our students are willing to proceed beyond masters to PhD. And the other thing, just to, because there's so much that you can talk about. Hence, my wish is that if there could be, because in the universities, you have NRF office, you have the RAVA office, but you don't have access office. Yet work that is done by the program is immense. The whole thing of cutting across the disciplines. We saw students willing to share the existing information with other students. How? In the words, students that are alumni of the HPW and the current students, they set and formed an organization called the Green Campaign. The uncles and all the other students. The Green Campaign, they started we started an environmental show on the radio. It was on Mondays at 8, working in the press box, addressing water and pollution. And then the Green Campaign, we ended up now being invited by municipalities with the members of the Green Campaign, because they sat down, they drafted the proposal. Because what they do, whatever they get, they share. I remember one thing that was a remarkable thing that was achieved by the Green Campaign members are members of the alumni of Access in Water during the Health Hour campaign. The Health Hour campaign in Water was observed because the members of the Green Campaign, which is the alumni and the presentation campaign, and the students that are on the online course, they made sure that everybody knows about the Health Hour, printed posters over the campus, talked about the radio. So it's done so much to change things career-wise, students, I mean, I started with their PhDs personally. I went to Lisbon. I went to a workshop in Kote where them was there, and then they invited people from other disciplines. And then amongst the people that were there, were people from the School of Law. Now they talked as to me listening as a person that had just completed his MSc in environmental science. And then they talked about how law bridges me, because we do environmental law as a course. After that, I decided to enroll in law. So, you know, Access has done things, I mean, there are things I feel like if I had not been part of this, I would not be in this place. So you can say, like, I wish that we can have offices that people can go to, just to say what's happening, where the activities, that and that.
Okay, thank you. And see you, right? Tabaho, you also speaking?
So I think with access, students can go, maybe the most important thing is the funding, the opportunity to do my master's, which I finished, and now I'm doing PhD. So that was the beginning of my thoughts. But generally, the PhD is what I like. What has been useful to me is moving from sort of the abstract technical stuff and dealing with the bigger picture, so where things that you learn tend to make sense on a broader scale. So one country, maybe an interaction from physical sciences to until you get to the human section. And what was interesting, so the workshop that was supposed to be the meeting that was supposed to be at yesterday was some of the questions that students are asking, like, so if population increases, one of the problems in terms of limited resources, and should we maybe focus on, population control such that there will always be resources for everyone? And those are actual research questions. So for us to have to answer this question, we're going to look into the variables. So you start seeing that, for instance, about 20% of the population is actually contributing 80% to the emissions, and you get to engage with this range of problems. One question that was also interesting for me was, why if we have such abundant natural resources in terms of renewable energy in South Africa, why are we not doing something about it? Why is it that we are producing a lot from renewable energies? So now you get to interact the science with this political issue. And these are questions that are being asked by undergraduates. So that for me has been very interesting. One thing that has been mentioned.
Thank you very much, Tabaho. That's all the students, right? I'm not missing anyone. Okay, thanks, guys. I wanted to pick up just very quickly on a couple of those, which is I'm going to quote from Andisiwe what he said last time, which I think it kind of came through this time, but not in the same words. I think it's quite instructive. Was he pointed out one of our last meetings that following Access coming towards the Zulu, it was very obvious in his class that there were those students that had been to an Access workshop and those that hadn't. Those that were confident to stand and speak and to ask questions, and those that weren't. And it's a really, I think I've always remembered it because it's a really interesting little anecdote that speaks to two things. Firstly, that we're doing a good job, but secondly, that we're leaving half the class behind, and that's also quite a sad thing. So something that's worth bearing in mind. And to Kabir's point about the human resource being free, that we've got all these students, the problem is that we send them off to do masters and PhDs, and then when I call them and say, do you want to come and help with this? They're like, dude, I'm writing a thesis. I mean, you told me to write a thesis. I can't do this, I'm writing a thesis. You're in the lucky position of having handed in all your thesis, and that is quite freeing up. But CISO, for example, has been brilliant, but for the last 6 months, that's it, right? I'm writing my thesis, I can't help. What I want to do very quickly before we move on is just think about, we've had these values leading everything we've done, and I think we might want to take these values on into the rest of the education program, but I want to very quickly think about why, okay? And so what I want to do is I'm going to assign you groups of 2. I want you to talk to a partner about what you perceive that value as being, if you think it's important to the program and why. We'll have like 5 minutes just to quickly discuss and then report back. So I'm going to give you two the first one, second, third, fourth, and the three of you to do the last ones. Oh, you've got three. Critical thinking, the last three. 1, 2, 3, 4. That a bit unfair.
Just repeat your instruction. Repeat your instruction, yeah. Tell us what you want us to do.
Okay. I thought I added this up right, but it's not quite. Two. You guys. Peer learning. Confidence building. Afro-essential and multicultural. Development through science. That's quite all the ground. Good. You two are now critical thinking, and you two just get the two at the end, I'm afraid.
And do what? And do what?
Situated learning.
But do what with it?
I want you to discuss that value, how you understand it, and how you think it's important to the course, and do we keep it going forwards? Is that a value that should be integrated into our thinking this afternoon?
Instead of saying whoever finishes, let's see among all of us.
Whoever finishes first.
All of us are going to do the last one.
What about?
Yeah, when we
I tell you what, I'll get Levin to talk to interdisciplinary.
I'm pre-prepared. I come pre-prepared.
5 minutes, so it's just a quick discussion.
We're going to have a chance before lunch, just have a conversation about your presentation.
Yeah, about everything.
Because I've got a couple of points I want to make. Yeah, and then we've got the workshop going.
Something more work.
Yeah.
So I'll give these out.
It's a break. Share a break now. Sorry, break.
Okay. But once we've given these out, that is effectively a break because people are being grouped.
So age is one. So you can easily relate to because of the shared background, shared experience. So no, I'm and also some of the ways understand your situation, right? Because they have to stay themselves.
I wonder if Hector's still with us.
Are you still with us, Hector?
Oh, that sounds odd.
Yeah. Yes, Carl, I'm here.
Hi, Hector. Glad that you're still following.
Yeah, I'm here.
Feel free to shout up at any point if you want to contribute. We're going to start discussions now.
All right, sure.
Through the course line, you down here, and the side here kind of. Now, why is that? Why would that be the next part? Why is that? So why is I would have learned from talking to relate with someone that's closer to you and relate. So that's the one. The one aspect is like media learning for the learner, because they understand, they might have more credit. Or depending on learner, some might prefer an old professor and give them more credibility, but it depends on how it's presented, and normally give the students more credibility. I come from the high school that was fundamental came from there, and they are standing there. So that role modeling is quite crucial.
Guys, 1 minute.
That's the first step of practice. After two practices, before we can all find professor, challenge ideas that they are saying.
So
I guess treating everybody again and again.
someone's going to school, it's new. So if you could tell support kind of actually
the role model, so you cannot you can be there. And
Okay. Kalki, almost by Marai. Calm. Let's go.
All right, guys. Out of time, we need to press on. And the naughty kids still talking, they can start.
Good one.
Can you just give us a little quick summary?
Okay, so peer learning, we just defined it very simply. Can't read my writing, but it's something. So peer learning from each other, learning together, from someone that's in the same situation, kind of has a common interest, such as like the connection. So you're learning from them. They learn to present by presenting to their peers. That's just a simple definition of what it is. Kind of something like role modeling as well. I'm just going to help you with that.
Okay, well, we broke it down into 3 spheres, right? One was the learning, the learning experience of the learner, learning from peers coming from the same background, as we already said, being able to relate using similar language that is easy to understand. As you say, role modeling, that was the second benefit to the learner. So the learner can see, okay, I come from a terrible high school or a HBU, so I can't maybe be there or there, but seeing that other people from the same background, same socioeconomic challenged areas can be there as well. That's really encouraging, and that's, I think, what's been missing a lot in South Africa's role models, really positive role models there. And the third one, the third aspect that we highlighted is that it's really beneficial to the development of the peer that is presenting in terms of personal development and confidence building. They really get a lot out of that from repeatedly presenting to their peers. And as Carl said earlier, it might be challenging for some to challenge in terms of power structure and hierarchies, the old white male professor. Once you practice with your peer a few times, you know it becomes easier to challenge anyone else that you see. You shouldn't maybe be, in terms of age, respect for other things, shouldn't decide that becomes much easier to do so than in a constructive way. Was there, yeah?
Okay. For us, the first thing that was clear was that the HPW has actually gone quite a long way in terms of this aspect of confidence building. The report that they gave us and the confirmation by the students, statistics that are out there. So you've done a lot already, and we believe that more still needs to be done. We believe that the students themselves need to continue to be the ambassadors of our confidence building. I mean, the issue of role modeling, we touched on that they must continue, because you only have you reach out only to a certain number of students. So now they need to be the ambassadors within their campuses and outside their campuses in order to be the role models, to build confidence. But we believe that the academia, as well as the leadership of universities, actually need to come in here and build the confidence. We understand that in South Africa there's been a design that a small group of people will go into certain institutions and a large group of people will go to other institutions. We need to have confidence that a student in South Africa can study anywhere. And the fact that you study in a certain university must not give you less confidence about the quality of education.
Great, thanks guys.
Afrocentric and multicultural. The values are important. We both take it forward. So Afrocentric, we understood to mean that most students, at least from my experience, you go into research, the masters and PhDs, when they are done, they get lost because what they would have studied are generally questions that don't have anything to do with the environment or the problems or where they come from. So this value in that sense, you get people working for learning things that are actually relevant to their environment and where they come from. So while science might be universalist, but the questions that you ask can be useful to the problems or the challenges that you face. So that's it. Multicultural, that one speaks for itself. And be exclusive.
Okay, thanks guys.
Can I just say a few words? I've not really been part of Access for about 5 years. And I've been blown away by the students that reported back. I've been blown away by the way that the HBW has worked. My issue is how visible is it? It's kind of under the table. So that I think is one of the central questions, is how to make it really visible. But it's been fantastic. And I think we've seen the examples of that. Confidence, they've learned from their peers, they're standing up, they're talking. That wouldn't have happened 5 years ago. And as far as Afrocentric, you've got to stand on our own feet. No more begging. Do it ourselves. We can. We've got all that ability. And stop trashing these old white guys. We're getting really sensitive.
Historically, a big part of it. We have access on our smartphone. We have access to this amazing shipping, this amazing ocean location. But so many people end up getting samples from us, and then they get analyzed somewhere in some fancy facility in the United States. Our students aren't involved, and that should not happen. The collaboration should happen, but it should be mutually beneficial. And I think we'd be too quick to roll over and say, oh my God, we wanted to get part of something big against something, whatever, but then we can. Okay, we talked about development through science, which I think, encompasses a lot of all of the things that have already been mentioned. Personal development obviously encompasses confidence issues. We think that science is very important tool for development, and there are a number of things you could ask that fall under that. In terms of economic development, there's sort of your personal economic development. I think the student testaments have shown that it has greatly advanced or given students a window into the opportunities available that they may not have known were there. I think that it's something that definitely needs to be retained, but it speaks to what Carl mentioned about transitioning from the capital planet students to getting them into MSc and PhD programs. There has to be a much better connection there so that we can keep this moving forward in terms of development. I will say that one of my personal concerns is, what do we do with all these PhDs? If we really do increase the number of PhDs to the level that the government would like us to do, there's hardly any academic jobs. So I think perhaps one of the tasks being the identification of opportunities for people coming out with PhDs, whether it's working more closely with a government agency to try to see where we might channel those skills into government, but maybe making those a little bit less opaque, because it is not clear to me if I produce 10 PhDs, 15, 20 PhDs over my career, that is an exponential increase on the order that we cannot support in academia.
There's surely a chicken and an egg there, right? The knowledge economy will need lots of highly qualified innovators, MScs, PhDs. Those skills, most PhD students don't end up doing research, right? They go into consultancy or some innovation industry that needs those skills. And those industries don't exist, and the government's argument is that a lot of the reason is we don't have enough people. But then you've got to place the chicken or egg somewhere, right? And their response is to start that problem by generating the people, and so sort of, again, I'm quoting Field of Dreams once again, if you book them, they'll come. Once.
For however many years. The city is you know, pushing 30, it's not obvious that there's a postdoc opportunity, and it's not quite clear what you might be able to do with it afterwards. I mean, the argument in the States now, I would argue that the MSc is perhaps what we should be aiming for in that regard.
No, true. But I mean, if you want one PhD student, you need a pool of 100 and something MSc students, right? Although there's a pyramid, people drop off at each level. But if you want all of the levels of the pyramid to increase, you can't just increase the PhDs. It's not going to happen. You need to get millions of kids interested in science, so that there are tens of thousands of matrics in science, so that there are thousands of, and it goes up and up to just one PhD at the top. That one PhD at the top is a result of expanding the reach of science all the way down. But I don't know the stats recently, but I do know from a few years ago. I mean, virtually very, very low chance of being unemployed as a PhD graduate in South Africa versus a 50% chance as a young person generally. So you're massively making yourself more employable.
No, I totally find a statistic. I guess my question is, do they end up underemployed? And could they be as employable with an MSc, potentially starting out being part of that knowledge economy earlier?
But let's not get hung up on MSc, PhD. We want to graduate research students, honors.
So can I just chip in there? It's a pity we're not saying through science and technology. Because as far as I'm concerned, this country needs people who are artisans to build it.
Okay,
and the second thing is that the truth of the matter is that a PhD person doesn't earn as much as they deserve in this country. I mean, those of us who are in academia, we don't earn as much as we deserve. And the guys who could be artisans, for example, I mean, if you've got a plumber or whatever kind of technologist who ends up having his own business, the chances of you having your own business without a PhD are much greater if you've got the correct training in science and technology.
Yes.
The other thing that I think is important about development through science and technology is that we need to remind people that for as long as we studied, from the time that we stopped being nomadic people and we started to think about organizing ourselves, the role of science has been there, and it supported the economic and the development of humankind has been supported by science. And whether that science is just indigenous knowledge that is not recorded or the science that is in the books today, so we need to encourage people to see that even indigenous knowledge that is not recorded can actually contribute to that science, and we're not taking it at all. See? For example, there's a lot of things that are known about South Africa that are hidden. I mean, what you were presenting about South Africa being a multi-diverse kind of country, a lot of that knowledge is still sitting there, but the things that we study are only those that are dictated to us by the people who tell us what science is. And many of the things that are scientific are being buried and buried and buried and buried in the ground because we've been told that they are not science anymore. And yet we can use them to resolve issues of climate change, hunger, social problems that we have now when the concept of humanity is gone. In social sciences, people were told that this is the path to follow, this one is the wrong one. So all the things that are supposed to be looked at are now ignored.
I think it's worth breaking down our understanding. The development of science for personal development is a message that we sell to the Habitable Planet students, that science offers a way out of poverty. It's getting an education is a key to a decent job, whether it's underpaid for the qualification or not. It is the key to a decent, stable job. And that the economic development does come from the DST. That's their plan, is to graduate more PhDs towards a knowledge economy. I concur that there are assumptions there, and they might not be true.
The resources that we might think about including is what might one do beyond academia with a PhD, right? We're talking about
sure.
People into government agencies and things like that. Maybe we just need to make that a little more transparent.
Okay.
Can I just add that I always feel the need to kind of remember that we are constrained by what we are doing in our domain of the big picture. There's many others, and I would hope that there are similar programs in accountancy and medical science and in other domains which have the same ambition, ultimately. Ours is constrained to what our environment is. And so indeed we want to produce people to do a variety of different things, many of which, as we just stated, won't end up doing what we do, right?
We give them
that's
skills.
okay too. You know, that's okay too. There's so much going to say about the artisan comment. I mean, there are technical skills, there are hard skills, there are personal, the whole variety of different things that we hope to draw people into a system, into a stream. Where they end up, hopefully, we'll be in a good place, you know. But our goal is to get them into the stream, I think, ultimately. And this is one tool with which we can achieve that.
For example, the school kids, you know, the postgraduate students who go to the schools, their hope is not that those kids are necessarily going to end up having PhDs. But if they ended up in science and technology, whatever kind of science and technology, we've achieved something.
Even if they end up in law.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah. Social science.
Yeah.
Peter, it's very sweet that you're putting your hand up, but I think you could just.
No, I just want to second that and add to that. I mean, all the people that fall on the wayside, so to speak, from the schools program, the young people that don't take science and technology for their matric, or the students then that don't study it and learn to a first grade, master's, and PhD, they still benefit from everything that they've learned. We still increase or develop a country of people that are more confident, know more about science and technology, no matter if they're then, even if they drop out anywhere, that's not, that
George,
there's still an increase, there's still a very positive benefit.
George points out that a scientific mind is useful in almost any job, and he makes the example of a taxi driver. He says, you know, the ability to vary your route and take some metric, number of customers, number made, compare those, find a statistical sample, is useful for anyone, from a taxi driver through to a brain surgeon. It's still a useful skill.
How that takes us to the next point. Critical thinking.
Yes.
Let's get to the next
Yes.
point. I want to make some other general points.
I think colleagues have already given an interesting introduction there. We briefly looked at that item, and I think I'll give a quick itemization of what we thought are the important issues as far as critical thinking is concerned. Well, the first important thing we came up with is that critical thinking is very important as a foundation for scientific thinking. In most cases, if you realize most of the problems we have in the world, it's not really a question of whether you know how to add 1 + 1 or you don't. The important issue really is that if you don't know how to add 1 + 1, what is it that you are able to do? What is it that you can do to immediately address that specific problem? So we thought that critical thinking is important in terms of it being useful as a foundation for scientific thinking. Critical thinking is also important in the way we look at it from the viewpoint of the fact that it is very important for scientific research. Whenever you are beginning to conduct scientific research, the first starting point is to think very critically about what you are trying to do. As you think critically about what you are trying to do, it is at that moment that you are able to identify problem issues. It's at that moment that you are going to be able to conceptualize methodology issues, limitations associated with what you are going to do. Everything spins around the critical thinking. Critical thinking is also important because it allows you to explore problem issues from a very broad perspective instead of being narrow-minded when you are looking at specific problem issues. Critical thinking is also important because it teaches you to be skeptical about the understandings of the real world. I will give a very simple example which I may explain later if given the opportunity. One of the statements I've often heard is that trust nothing and suspect anything. If you do it that way, it gives you a broad base of looking at things from a very broad perspective instead of looking at things from a narrow perspective. Critical thinking is also important because it allows you, it enables you to interrogate problem issues from an objective perspective. Critical thinking is also important because it fosters creativity. Actually, critical thinking, the way we look at it, is the foundation of scientific discovery. Without critical thinking, most of the scientific knowledge we have today, we would not be able to have that kind of knowledge. Critical thinking is important because it facilitates exploration and the formulation of wide-ranging solutions to complex problems. This is a little bit of what we were able to come up with. I don't know whether my colleague has anything to add.
It's not critical enough. That was very good.
Mandian starting.
We looked at the last 2 points, but I'll speak more on the differential learning and so on. The first group, or the first 2 groups that we touched on what I wanted to speak about, the fact that for the symbolism, what Carl said, that when you see someone appear, for example, a young black woman being a core lecturer, then the students can look up to them and say, oh, I can actually do that too. So I'll speak more on the special place, special time. The fact that Access is focusing on more why is South Africa unique, not why is Europe unique, why is America unique, why are we unique here and why should we stay here, which is quite an important concept considering there's so many scholarships that you see come studying in Sweden, come studying in the UK, and Access is actually showing students that actually are opportunities here in South Africa, stay here, this is what you can actually achieve, and we do get as Sarah was saying, that we do get collaboration with overseas universities and stuff, so they don't have to go there in order to do this. And with the field trips that we do with Access, that's also, to teach them that when we go to the botanical gardens, the biodiversity, and all this stuff, so that's quite important.
Okay. And I'll speak on sort of the importance of interdisciplinarity. I think it's important, well, at the most basic level, in that I would probably not be here if Access wasn't interdisciplinary. I think it's very important if we're going to talk about challenges that have to do with the earth, that have to do with humans, that have to do with the environment, that you bring in a diversity of perspectives, because you need someone like Andy Seward, who's coming from a law background, and how the law can be used to regulate this. And of course, you need anthropologists to bring in the human perspective and to bring in the meanings that people attach to land, so meanings that people attach to the environment and those kind of. So I would really highly, sort of emphasize the importance of keeping Access interdisciplinary, bringing in the diversity aspect. And one of the also things that when I attended, I didn't know that there was such a major contribution that I could make as someone coming from a social science background, but through attending the workshops and eventually doing my own reading and you learn so much about what you can do from your own perspective. I actually teach on global health and social ecology, and which is something new that I never even would have known that I can explore, or that there's something that seemed to me sciencey, but that actually there's an important kind of social context to contribute to. So I would say it's absolutely critical to keep it.
Nice, thanks. And this year?
Just the other thing, the HPW, the students that are attracted to the HPW, at the moment they add students. There is, because although it can come across as a drop in the ocean, because it's people that are on the exit window. Some will go not to studies, not to the government. Because of the interdisciplinary kind of nature of people that are invited to the issue workshop. I mean, I believe that there's somebody that could make an impact in the future, like later in their career. When let's say someone that is in the event account comes to the issue that they learn about ecology, they hear about these carbon emissions, that person will probably reason better towards a drop in the ocean. But at least somebody from economic science might go to the job to the business world with a different insight of things. So the interdisciplinary is so important.
That's important.
I mean, it can come across as a drop in the ocean, but somebody will
big change in the outcome.
Nice one. Thank you. Frank?
I just want to point out two things. I think interdisciplinarity is very important in this particular business because everything is connected. On the other hand, as George would often say, it's looking at your body as a whole thing. You still need the specialists. So it's not that you don't need the specialists. And a lot of the argument that we have at UCT about interdisciplinary versus specialization is that you're broad and thin or you need and narrow. And we currently have a need that is deep and narrow. And UCT changes very slowly. I've seen snails.
But undergraduate, at least, you are broad and thin. That's intentional, right?
Not really at UCT.
Yeah.
Skinny, I think. Because our HBW Sydney as a first year across the board kind of thing. Because that's what we have a rating of it.
Well, it's a totally different approach.
It's a
In
totally different
education, they call it a liberal arts degree. So even though I took physics, math, chemistry, I still have a BA.
I'm going to come to you. What I'd like to point out is I'd like to throw it open for some discussion of what we've just seen, which is we're leading into anyway, but just with the proviso that I want to focus on what we've done and why, and not what we're going to do because we're about to come to that. So if we can keep it to what we've done and why, and so, Amitabh.
Thank you very much. The issue we were discussing on interdisciplinary reminds me of the importance of what Shillington was just talking about. I think it's an issue which has been raised in forums of this nature when access meets previously, several sessions. Access is doing a lot of good work, but that good work is underrated. Visibility.
Yep.
That interdisciplinary perspective to our science is being undermined by the fact that very few students, except those in areas which they think are closely aligned to Earth system science, know about the existence of access. For us to be able to recruit people from different disciplines, we need to make sure that access is visible. And one of the things I have already noticed, which I thought I was going to raise at an earlier stage, is what I noticed in that booklet. Very impressive. We now have student representatives across the country. But one gap I have seen which needs to be filled up, I'm not sure whether I may be correct or wrong. We need similar representation at the level of academics in these different institutions. Those academics will be able to make sure that those students we are talking about are going to be attracted to what access is doing. That gap really needs to be filled up.
I just responding briefly. We do relatively well at being known by students, I think, across campuses. We do very badly at being visible to anyone in any position of authority, any lecturers, deans, DST, etc. And that I think is more of the problem than the students.
I would follow that one up maybe by giving a little bit of suggestions, which I overheard in one previous meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was a DST meeting. One of the suggestions was that maybe one of the ways through which we could make our work more visible is not by approaching individuals of little authority like myself. You approach, present your case maybe through the vice chancellor or through deans of specific faculties. Those are the people who have the authority to recruit their people and make sure that whatever we are trying to canvass for is going to get receptive attention.
Okay.
Neville's been burning to say something, so then I'll come to the
I've got so much to say that what's going to come out now is going to be incoherent because it's a whole lot of different responses. So I'll try and make sense of what I wanted to say. First of all, those values Carl's written a heading HPW values, and I want to change that and say these are access values. These are values that the program has tried to embrace. Of course, we don't have as much leverage in different aspects of the program. When we have students like you guys who have supervisors at your institutions, we get you guys together, we try and create a network, so these are values obviously we would like to see extended beyond HPW. That's very important. And I'm very grateful to George, because George helps me to think, mainly because I always argue with him and always disagree with him, actually. But he helps me to think. And often, and especially right now, what's been going on in our campuses recently, we have to ask this question: what actually are we asking for? What do we want to change? Because in reality, we work in a scientific paradigm, and that paradigm exists. Now we can change that, but we have to know to what do we want it to change. And I'm not sure that we actually do. I've been asking NRF since I started with Access to hold a national conference on transformation in science. Why? Because whenever we have meetings with them, they say, where are your black students? Where's the results of transformation? And the argument is not that we don't, I say we, it's a political minefield, so let's not pretend it isn't. We academics argue, indeed we want to see transformation, but what's our specific role in that long-term process? What is the division of labor from school to postgraduate? Who has what role? And that's not defined well enough for us. The vision of what it is when we arrive there is not clearly defined for us. How do we know when we've got to a transformed state? What measurements are we going to use? And so, without rejecting responsibility for it, indeed, we have a key role, and we are, of course, doing everything we can. There still seems to be work to be done in defining what it is we want. And that paradigm exists. You have an honors, you have a degree, you have an honors degree, you have a master's degree, you have a PhD, you publish, you get a postdoc, you get a position, you become a lecturer, you're a researcher, you get on international committees, you judge by what you publish. There's a scientific, internationally accepted scientific paradigm. It comes from somewhere, it's a cultural paradigm, whether we want to agree with it or not. It exists. So we either operate in it, or we subvert it, or we change it, or something. But we need to be very clear that we're still living within that paradigm, and we still want to get PhD students graduated. But what we want to achieve politically, socially in this country, we need to be very clear what we want to achieve and define that vision, rather than just be critical of where we've come from or what we are like now. And that worries me a lot. So I'm scared of mixing up issues. I'm often scared. That tends to make me reactive to George, reactive to Carl. It tends to put me on that side, which then makes me defensive, because it makes me seem like I'm trying to be conservative or trying to prevent change, which I'm certainly not. I'm just fearful of being swept away by passion and by indignation and by desire to, the latest term is to decolonize our systems. And I'm happy to decolonize them if we know what we want to do as a consequence. What do we want to replace it with? And that is where we need to focus and work. So for example, and Carl, this is not criticism of you. This is just trying to understand the tone and the language of things. For example, when we talk about the students that did not get accepted from our roadshow into the system, the reaction to that might be, oh, the system is not sensitive to what we want to do. But here are the issues. Do we want to take all of the students from the historically black universities out of the historically black universities and put them into WITS and UCT? Would that be a success story? Of course it wouldn't be. It would be a failure, right? So how do we fix that problem? Well, we want to see more activity, more research, more action happening at the historically black universities. In fact, we want to reverse the flow. We want to see WITS students and UCT students saying, "Hell, you know, there's a course at Fort Hare. That's what I want to do." You know. So we have to think about that. So it's easy to say, you know, oh, we didn't accept any students. There's another problem, is that WITS University is undercapacitated. It can't take on more students than it has trying to get into WITS already, independently of us. So we have these complexities to work at. Then there's the state of historically black universities. They're not in a good state, generally speaking. Some of them better than others, definitely. And things are changing slowly, and there's new universities being created. So there's that complexity as well. So what we've done, for example, is we've tried to bring activities to the HBUs. So we've tried to do things there. Capital Planning is one of them. Stats courses, other projects, or others. So there are things which are a little bit, more complex and difficult to manage than just us as a program. So we have to find ways to be creative. I want to pick on the old white male professor again. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. No, I think it's important. Be careful of the language we use, because it has unintended consequences. We understand what that represents. Symbolically, the old white professor represents an establishment, and we are trying to create a new look. But let's be careful. I would hate to lose Frank. I really would. Frank is a passionate, committed, modern South African, and we have an incredible amount to draw on from that. So let's be careful of the language, because we have to be careful of the vision we want to. And so more than saying what's wrong, or in addition to saying what's wrong, we have to be very clear on to find what's right. What do we want to achieve? Rather than look back. And I think, that's what we have to do. So what I'm expressing here is not a discomfort with the sentiment and with the goals and with the values, but a discomfort with the notion of saying, of being clearer about what it is that we're trying to do. That's important to me. Let me just see how to left anything else. I accept this is a political minefield. We've got to stay focused. We've got to be careful of mixing issues. These values are broader than that. The roads that I've spoken about, how to engage HBUs. Okay, I think I'll finish on visibility. There's two things. Sorry, interdisciplinarity and on the one hand, and we'll just speak on that. So again, interdisciplinarity. Again, we must be careful here. We have to think and not to be too passionate about it. So the review spoke about this. And everyone understands that interdisciplinarity is required in order for us to solve problems in this country, in the world, global change problems and all kinds of problems. That's indeed true. But let's not disempower the disciplines. Okay, let's not rubbish the disciplines. Let's not go over to that extreme. And some of my colleagues do that. I mentioned this earlier. But so what do we mean by this? So I think again, George doesn't want to dilute our effort into too broad a set of activities. So if we say we've got R1 million to spend, if we're going to spend like 50 rand on every discipline, we're going to get nothing done. So let's make sure we're focused, right? So that's the one extreme. And so if we include social sciences and this, that, and the other, before we know it, our program's too big and unwieldy and we're losing focus again. On the other hand, how do we get this balance right? So, and let's also concentrate on our good story. Let's avoid telling people that their future's bad. So we've got to get all of these things in balance, and we've got to get all these things somehow out of the tensions sorted out. For me, there is heroism to be obtained in solving problems. So a local hero, again, this is something Cole and I scream at each other about in the office often. But for me, for example, if I tell you that as a consequence of today's climate and poverty, there are children dying down the road here of diarrhea, which is a completely manageable disease, okay? And that's a problem. And you, student, I'm not pointing at anyone, you student, you can be the solution to this problem. You can do the studies, you can understand the problem, and you can become a hero. Hero to yourself, personally, your personal growth. You can achieve something, and you can make a contribution to society. It's not only about what's wonderful about the environment.
But may I interrupt there, Paul?
Yes.
Whereas it's important to be cognizant of the research program, I don't think we should get into, there's more to do with the research program and where that's going to go. It's cognizant, but I don't think we need to go too much into that.
Okay, so all I'm saying to you is that in for example, the scheme of Habitable Planet, indeed there's a great story to tell about what's great about Southern Africa, but there are also great challenges, which are also inspiring, I would argue, in and of themselves. But for that, we need interdisciplinarity. We need to be able to also include people from all of these other disciplines in order to do them. And then finally, visibility is critical. And we do undersell ourselves, but it's not for lack of effort on Carl's part or our part. And it's very hard. We've tried to get DST people to do the habitable planet course, to actually get inspired by it, to actually participate in it. But somehow or other, we have lots of issues there.
I have a parable on this, but I need to hear from these guys and then
Right.
Sorry, my short comment was maybe the only issue of visibility. You know, that situated learning in symbolism. This program is a wonderful program. You take science to where people are, and you're telling the world enough about what you're doing. The students can do a wonderful job. They actually can connect with these communities, and you're already doing it. We need to tell the world. We need to tell South Africa. We need to tell the minister, all the ministers that are relevant to this project, to this program, DST minister and the education minister. We're taking science to where the kids at school are and to where the different universities are. And then symbolism. Let's look at that from the perspective of being the champions of change or innovation. You see, because that is what a symbol about it. The fact that these people who have not even graduated, some of them are just postgraduate students, are now the champions of a change, and yet they are not employed by anybody. They're just doing the HPW workshops. That must be something that must be visible because it's there.
Okay. A very quick parable speaks to that and hammer size issue. Of what I've tried, and I want you to think about how we solve it. Is I very rarely get to speak to people of any importance. I try. And one time, my contact at UniZulu said, Carl, I've got us a meeting with the VC. Okay, so you can tell him about Habitable Planet. I've booked us a meeting. And so I thought, brilliant, this is fantastic. I've got everything together. It was on Skype. He was going to put me in, and I was going to talk to the VC, and we were going to get somebody knowing about the program who's of importance. And we got to the meeting, and Fabian is our guy at UniZulu, Fabian Dufon. He opens up and he puts me on the Skype, and he sets it up, and he says, here, IBC, this is Carl from Access. And the VC immediately said, what? Why are you showing me this young white man? I don't want to be talked at by a white boy. Switch him off and slam the laptop closed. That was that. That was my interaction. And gone.
I'm not sure whether this is possible. Is it possible that all the partners of Access can help in formalizing the memorandum of understanding? Because I think it is essential that there are things that we start with because of the absence of the memorandum of understanding. One, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. Because when students come to the HPW, they sign off and indemnity form. In that indemnity form, Access says, whatever happens to you, we are not lying. There is no memorandum of understanding because as far as the university is concerned, the student is in class. So what if something can happen to the student? Something that is unanticipated. Because then Access says they've signed off liability. They says no, as far as we know, this student is in the hostel. Then what does the family say? The other thing, because of the absence, so much welcoming people doing the same thing because going forward, one of the ways of trying to take this out of the table, it could be easy for one to go to the SNO facility and say, if there's an MOU, because of this MOU, can't you give us office space? Office space is needed because students, postgraduate students, come to Access activities. Supervisors are complaining because they don't know. As the supervisors will be waiting for the student to be going to the field, the student goes to Access. Because there is no office. If there is a defined office, we're not talking about the defined office. We're not saying there must be a person employed.
Yeah, they might be allocated.
Yeah, someone that where whatever communication is there, if there are students from Forte that are coming to the workshop, there is a list of students. Then a person, because they are collaborators from universities, a person can say to the supervisor, your student, because students are afraid to go to supervisors, they just disappear.
And you see what? In 4 minutes' time, if we stick to the schedule, you will have an opportunity to motivate for exactly that. So I'm going to ask you to save it for that.
Yes, it's doable.
I'm not sure, maybe if I'm wrong, please remind me. I think there was an initiative some time way back, right? At the time when Access was being formulated. When a memorandum, something like that was circulated, I think it's a question of reviving it.
Well, because we're changing location and institutional arrangements, it's going to be redone. So it is an opportunity.
I listened on this NRF rating process panel for health systems, including radiotechnology, geology, everything that you can think about the science. And if you look at the 36 applicants that we re-rated this year, I think there were 2 left. So the big problem that we have is we want to become a world leading science country. You've got to change that kind of demography also. It's not only about getting lots of students and lots of PhDs, it's becoming competitive. So on the NRF, they give you certain ratings. And on the highest rating, the A-rated scientist is a person who is recognized internationally as the global leader. For example, George Lander would be like that. And so we have a vision that we have every person in South Africa that can actually, has no interest in science, attain that status. If that's something that we can see as something that we can achieve. And I think that is only achievable if this foundation is very broad and very well defined. Unless we have a large number of people having a real interest or a real passion in science, we're not going to see that demographic in the NRF rating panel change in the next 100 years. So I think that is where this habitable plan can play a significant role, because that's the initial condition. We're talking about weather modeling. The weather forecast doesn't work. The initial conditions aren't set properly. And if we get this habitable plan as one of these visions, change that demographic for world-renowned scientists, I think that is going to be a good thing to chase after this.
Okay.
Can I just give you a quick answer to the issue of demographics? Again, it's about the confidence levels. I mean, I'm speaking from the perspective of being a dean in a school. One of the things that I want to achieve is more people in my school applying for NRF. They just are afraid of doing it. They keep postponing it every year, and they say, no, I'm still going to do it. And some of them even say that they are not sure whether they will qualify because the decisions are made by white males. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be qualified. I must be very, very, very good in order for me to be confident that I'm going to succeed, because the majority of the people who make these decisions are coming from the past dispensation. We don't have enough representation. And I say, no, guys, that's not really that true. But many people still have that mindset that they are scared of being subjected to scrutiny, and they think that there's going to be subjectivity in the decision making.
Okay, it's got to be quick. We're running out of time for the actual bit of the workshop.
Very transparent, very objective, and a little bit of a black assessor who has also go through all the reports and done all the ratings. It's amazing to see how his rating is very highly correlated with the group's rating and the convener's rating. So this is a very transparent process. But that's got nothing to do with this discussion. The discussion is here, like you mentioned, the confidence board. And one of the things that this is achieving is that the building of that particular confidence.
But it begs the point, or it begs the point that we need interventions not just at this level, but we need it at all levels of this intervention. And that's where the NRF needs to be stronger, more active itself, not outsource the problem, which is what they tend to do.
And if I had one last point, we need to. I thought your hand is up, or is it not?
He'll take the floor.
Quickly, please.
One observation is maybe very controversial. Just a comment to one thing I have heard being said over and over again, that if you tell people about a gloomy future, you are undermining confidence. I think the important thing is how you say it. If you completely avoid doing that, you are likely to misrepresent what the situation is. You would rather tell people that if you don't do this today, things are going to be bad tomorrow. instead of giving them an impression about a road to future, which you know from a scientific point of view is unlikely to materialize if interventions are not adopted today. So I think it all depends on how you say it. Recast the way in which you present the message, not avoid saying the message.
Okay. Yes, Neville is definitely with you. All right, we're going to break for lunch and group work presently. I'm going to combine lunch, toilet break, and group work are all the same thing for the next hour. So basically, you break into groups. We're going to work on individual problems and report back at around 2 o'clock. So it gives us an hour to go to the loo, eat. Probably, yeah, maybe not at the same time, and talk in your groups. The groups are on the board. I'm going to give one pack to the top person in each group, and then you need to find them because they will have the pack you need for your discussions. These are, out of the documents I gave you, there was a bunch of ideas of what we should do into the future. These are a way of evaluating each of those ideas, which can then go to the smaller committee who's going to write these up and inform that final report. Each group will have 3 ideas from the 9 lists, so there's 3 groups, 9 ideas, and then a wild card. You can add your own idea. What I want you to do is to work through as a group the various sections, and I'll just very quickly explain them, although I think they're fairly self-explanatory.
Can I hand it out first? So we can see what you're looking at.
Okay. There's one for Molly. Who's next? One for you. You've got randomly assigned topics, and then you pass that one to Frank. Okay. The empty ones are included in the pack, so they've each got 3 ideas and 1 empty one for their own idea. You have the idea filled in on most of them that already have their ideas. You've got 1 blank one. The first question I could ask you is what's the main problem that this idea tries to impact and how, and to what extent? So, for example, the problem could be not enough students coming into research is impacted by the habitable planning workshops, for example. The second one is to propose a theory of change for that. So, how does it impact that idea? So, a theory of change is usually structured with an if, a then, assuming. So, if we inspire more students at the habitable planning workshops, then more of them will apply for a science masters, assuming that they have enough money to do a master's or something along those lines. So think about what's the theory. If we do this, then there's this outcome. What are we assuming? What do you see as the key steps needed to implement it? What are the outcomes? How will we evaluate it? What metrics? Does it align to those values that we just talked about? And could it be? And what sort of funding and infrastructure requirements are there? On each of those, I've asked you to give some kind of a score. Now, what I want this score to represent is a little bit multi-dimensional. It's a question of adding up how much of an impact does it have and how achievable is it. The reason for wanting to ask you to give a score is so at the end of this, if something has a huge impact and is really achievable, it scores highly, and therefore the people writing the report know that this one definitely needs promoting and going in, or if it scores low, it's either not achievable or it doesn't have big impact and therefore should be less prioritized. So it's to help prioritize writing the report. I'm guessing that a score for each one of them. If you want to, you could break it down. I don't mind how you come to the score because some of them lend themselves to scoring more than others really do. So it's up to you how you interpret it. But I want to try and come up with, between your 3 proposals, some way of prioritizing this one we think is the most urgent, this one we think is the least. I reckon as you go, you'll have questions, but I'm going to be about, so we can also just address those. Are there any before we start?
So the blank one is for
your own idea. So and Siwei's idea of having an access office on each campus could go into the blank one, for example.
So it's not necessary.
No, actually, if you don't have an extra idea, you don't have to. It's just so that you've got one for your own idea to be evaluated. No. It's been allotted random. So there's 9 ideas that we moved in the document. Each group has 3 ideas to review and the blank. So each group has different ones. The groups are there. So I'll give you till 2 o'clock. For those who haven't found it, the toilets are down the corridor. You turn to the right, the toilets are on your left. There is food here to grab as and when you need it.
Can we just make sure that we groups it together and then the values
Yeah, we'll put the
Okay.
values back up there.
So
three groups, one day.
yes. So if you're in Professor Body's group, you can come to this area here. Group 2. Group 1 is Hamasai here, and group 3 is Frank at the back. So you can find your group.
Then you put the values to refer back to them at some stage. Remember those values? Yes. I think they are the ones that
Frank, the only complication is that I put Hector and Hyder in your group who are on the computer here. Let me see if I can get them to you. Sorry? Yes, just time as always. Yeah, for people who are traveling. Although I don't know when people are leaving now, actually. Hi, Hector, are you there? Hello, Hector. Hector. No. Hector, I can't hear you. You might be muted. Maybe he's got some lunch. Oh. Maybe I turned him off. He is muted.
Yeah.
climb up the lights, climbing the, you can't climb up the wall. And then you put it and check
Congratulations.
I think it helps us. I'm with you for a while. I'm going to be first. What time? 3. Sorry. Last night I went
It'd be nice if it was a break away. We were sitting. The cats are outside. Oh, no, we won't be able to.
sign up there. Consensus for the first one, not the second. Okay. But so the other side will be themselves. Yes, I know it themselves. So everyone do the first one. Yes, we are. We've got more people watching it. I'm looking for face. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll just take these in the meantime. They're not ideal, but let's give you some more.
It's like he's dying. Yeah, that's all right.
May I remind you, we're very short of time, so you're really focus.
And group 2, where are you?
With someone with a good handwriting.
That would not be me.
And then
I can't even read my own writing.
Hector! Hector!
Is this yours?
Okay. That was sweet, but what's happening now? Like, okay, nice. So now, just a matter of home. Oh.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
It would be nice, there's someone in that boardroom, it would be nice for us to go somewhere else, So that we go to that meeting, so that we can be eating as we talk. Yes, man. Can group two come this way, please?
And you supposedly have Hector in your group. He's not responding right now. Okay. But he's on this screen here, so you need to be sat around.
I hope left for lunch. Yeah, it's fine. We'll keep going.
Can you guys take that corner? Because Frank needs this screen if Hector arrives. Monitoring and evaluation.
Oh, I see. I thought they were all.
Continuation of the expansion of the Hampshire Planet schools.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to go to the meeting room. Then I'm sure somebody can just remind us.
It was being used about 5 minutes ago, but it's stopped now, so you can try.
There was a meeting.
There was a meeting. I think they're finished, but they might have broke for lunch.
Who's with me?
That helps.
Are we together?
Yes.
And who else?
No.
Where's my group? We need to eat first. I'm so thick I couldn't read the form properly. Yeah. I didn't know what we were supposed to do. So what we've got to do is to start talking about monitoring and evaluation. I thought that was interviewing all of them. I'm good. We're on the same page. The next one is the expenditure. That's the hard goal.
Just want to
Oh, you couldn't read your own notes, never mind.
So we're just expecting So for the moment
He's dropped off the call, so maybe if he comes back, I'll let you know.
we can eat it.
eat that.
Do we have a small break?
Right and right.
Although who knows for how long.
So the three we have is improved media and communication strategies. Undergraduate activities. National Court MSc calls.
Yes.
Sorry? Court MSc.
Put it back up.
And then something of our own.
So three of you.
Okay.
Plus Hector and Hyla was also supposed to appear online, but so far neither of them are about. You can have Caesar, I guess, if she comes.
for me, the highlighting points that have been raised again and again, which is under the table. So maybe we can think about this on lack of image software. Thank you. Usability.
They talk about it in the yeah, the big emotional
monitoring and evaluation of what? Of the program itself.
Yes. But obviously, it's needed, but we need a plan to how, why would we do that?
Wendy, I should point out that to the original meeting, I invited equal numbers of male and female participants. Of those who responded, 2/3 were men. And then of those who turned up today, it's Ciso and Hyla who dropped out. So basically we have no females, but through no design. Yes, well, I mean, the representation is very small, and it really shouldn't be. And it occurred to me before Hyla and Ciso dropped out, that we already had quite a few females, but just because very few replied. I guess it's something we'll have to address. I don't think we can have this group as the committee. We definitely need to address that before forming an education committee.
Well, the Planeteers board.
It was Modi and Robert Donahue.
Yes, and those were two that I was and George. Yeah, they just need writing to. I mean, anyone can draft a letter. It should be signed by National UA saying, you know, this is what we're doing. We're starting the board. We'd like you to sit on it. Would you please consider it RSVP by this date? The board. It's also it's a minimum of 2, right?
I don't know what that was.
That's for the board, I think.
Well, I mean, I didn't think those 3 should be on the board finally, right? The board wants to be old, experienced people for advisory boards. So they need to contact all the old people we listed. But I don't think any of them have been contacted. Professor Van asked that UFH was one Scott's recommended. There was a list that we came up with people to be on the board. Scott's point is because nobody's been contacted as an interim solution, you could just register you guys on the board. It should be in the minutes of that meeting in June. See, you can just send me the numbers you're unsure of. Yes, Haley was there. I think Haley would be great. But I know the client was trying to get himself on the board and Scotch, which I think is silly. I mean, it's an advisory board. It's supposed to be people who can give advice. I mean, they're not senior people who can give advice. I mean, Haley is borderline, but she is at least a postdoc and have a lot of experience in the program. And me and Neville are out. Definitely don't put us on the board. The reason, I don't know if this has been related, the reason being it occurred to me when we were opening the bank account that we are going to be paying money over to the Planeteers. If we're paying money over to an organisation where we sit on the board, that looks like a conflict of interest. So we should not be on the board. We should attend more meetings because of the close organisation, but we shouldn't be officially on the board.
Yeah.
We need undivided attention.
I think we're trying to.
This is our question.
So, I don't know if we want to phrase this in the
Oh, yeah.
Well, we talked about them on the educational transformation. I started really talking about it.
Some people have to leave. One is education, one is implementation, maybe. More than 130. Yeah, less than 2.
Steve, how are you, sir? Good to see you.
There is no real program.
This group of one person short, so you can join the
Okay, now we know.
Change the modus. Less contact, more. Is that a solution? So if that's a solution, if online is the solution. If we do it online, that addresses that. I don't think it addresses the schools because there's good kids who are connected.
The school one we did obviously need like more broader. We need first educational people to do it. So mostly people to actually, because it takes a lot of time. Yeah, it might take longer to nobody else. So time is an issue there. Resources.
particular science.
Because with the undergraduate, if one could communicate based on your goal, i.e., create more of a brand, then
and also you can solve this problem the problems and the content is not because yes, you can keep that. I think how many times you need to organize it, that's not because people get responsibility organizing. One thing that I would say is concept. Always, it's always the concept always hinders you to carry out your tasks if you want to, because you want a book translate your main concept. If you want a book of benefit, you want a contract. Like so the concept would be with CSR and the sorry? That's a big one because we have the problem the guy before. So the concept gets finalized when you are about to run the workshop. So you don't have the funds, that's what we use funds from somebody else. And then, the money we get 2 weeks ago. So how do we catch you? What is the especially because of the transport. So I think the context is CSR is giving money to institutions that they have the means to do is that for the teachers as opposed to no, it's for organizing the workshop, everything organized.
Is given to the learning.
Yes, the non-stop
Yeah, you've got 2 people watching you online.
it's cool. So
It's just online with Hector.
Yeah.
I don't think it's turning up anyway, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one thing that
So I think we need to put so we need to the problem is it wouldn't be getting both sides to approve.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The school needs to have the relationship.
But you see what's the one thing is like so the content comes from CSR, it goes to the institution, they need the legal team to look at it. And then sometimes they're not even happy with like one word or usage and then it goes like 3 or 4 times before it actually gets yes. So you have to start it before, you can't start it a month before, you have to start it these things happen. And then on top of that, it takes 30 days for the money to reach out to your job. So that's not going to change it. Because so okay, can we just add there also mechanism for so if you want to mechanism because I think it's part of
So that's really
that's what it comes down to.
The A3 printing came into its own now. There's plenty of space to work.
And now, I think it's not always contact
Streamlining contracts. Yeah.
So one question. It's a long. What do you see as the key steps needed to the major changes? What do you need to implement? What changes do you need to solve? Also lead on from this. That's the same thing. So we always talk about that. Key outcomes
Okay, people.
More leadership.
Well,
Comes also to like more leadership. Yeah. Especially.
well, it's starting about in the
Once you end the vision,
A lot of bureaucracy here. Bureaucracy in the group. Well, you can interpret it creatively. You don't think the category applies. Yes. Also, what do you think it's going to cost the more we need to buy?
Since we didn't have cost in the first place.
Oh. Altogether, we get 1.2 million a year for all the workshops, all the training, and the NEC.
And what's your feeling about whether that's?
Yeah. As Mandy was testifying. Sorry?
I'm gonna get trouble.
Yes, yeah, so maybe double. So actually, we can't do enough schools projects right now. We can get many more proposals than we can do. And I'm struggling to cut costs on that at all. So I'm finding more and more ways of cutting costs, but there's only so much you can do, and the students are complaining that the accommodation is crappy, which it is.
Well, the NEC is the board everything that registering and we get our funding to use that.
Ultimately, it would be nice if the NEC could attract a lot of the funding to the sports program, right? Because that's something that's marketable. That's something you can go to a donor, like to Sandman, for example. And Sandman said, yeah, we like it, but we're not going to give you money because if we give it to an NGO, we can write it up against tax. But your government, we can't write it up against tax. So that's one of the really big roles that the students could do.
So funding infrastructure obviously ideally infrastructure to host
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can. The other thing is that student government is very fragmented as well. They don't, it's a DST thing, they'll tell you, well, why should we fund the DST thing? But again, a separate organisation could go and say, look, this is what it is, and we're having a higher education, we're looking at the funding.
You're suggesting we could go to
we went to them, we weren't very interested because it's a DST thing.
why is it?
Why are we going to fund the DST?
Why are we running on this idea? I want to make sure there are quite a lot of opportunities that
they are registering. Yes, the students are doing so. Oh, NP, actually. But yeah. They're doing that. Well, NP's on it.
Most you guys are doing, I think it should be
It's like that.
real life experience, real life, especially the field trips that
Guys, you've got 20 minutes. Remember, you've got 3 to get through.
Those, yeah, especially those who don't get to go something for them to say, well, like this, until you get a chance.
If you want to, or the important thing is that you come up to a number which represents how important you think it is. Again, it can be relative to the others, so it doesn't really matter as long as you're consistent. Guys, these are more interesting. You've lost your one viewer. Yeah, you have 2 viewers at one point, but then you got boring.
Then we then all the functions that we should be but yes, I can have this.
Mandy, you said we're in Durban.
No, we are. It's impossible, but
No, I did.
obviously,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think that's like the
okay, so what both the education
My main thing that one possibility was that a year would be to find a media officer, find a money that can see all the evidence, and also find the results of the research. And I would always someone from that discipline that is part of that can then and make sure that it's some of the attitudes very good talk shows, whether it's just presenting a crucial issue on the planet. You can go into fairs and congress and there's nothing
but now this would be issues on you or so you want to say that
those topics. Sure. So what are the main problems? What is the main problem? So I need to put that. So what are the ones that you use when you use your audience? Is there a it's like your program is just judged. Because you're getting specialists who just come and talking about aspects that doesn't really tie up. Basically, that's not related. The habits of reality, so maybe you understand the narrow slash specialized such, or I don't know, or unrelated, but what word you are right there? Yes, or maybe at least for the topic. So
try to bring it down to the local.
Keep it practical.
Negative.
Yeah. So this is important because we want to generate new things. We want to be a cutting edge. We want to but then so what do you propose is so how would we look at sorry? So also if we when you properly analyze the content of the course. Yeah. So what the second one? Okay, sorry. See, that's why we want you to plan, others we would just carry on. If elections are familiar, objectives. So where are you based on? Where is that?
Got a beer again.
Democracy at work.
That's when you keep it students yeah. That's true.
Assuming human nature
That's assuming that they follow the rules. Like we had a few lectures. Remember that Zoom we had a few lectures and students. The students. No, and the professor gave a talk also. What other one was about? You know what you're talking about. He spoke mainly about it was a good talk. Ecology, very good talk, but it was also but not related to everything. So yeah. And the thing is, it's 45 minutes, and so the students are used of these training minutes, core lectures, which are to the point, relevant, and and then they come in with the 45-minute one where it's nothing said to them. They just first 10 minutes. So we are integrating new research into the program. The HPWs and all of that. So we really specialists in water quality, but you must relate your topic to the HPW. You don't know the students, they don't want to know, so you must be right, you can't have one teacher.
When I look at our
you probably get
but there's no
what's the word? It's a better outcome, obviously a more robust program. And also you keep to the focus
During critique, I will need to bring history, I think there will be, at the point in time, we need to see how we can work on the curriculum, the topics that we taught, to ensure that these things actually speak to what is happening in the global change community. I want to see a situation where some of the students are exposed to, for example, I give you an example of the current SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, that have just been ratified by the UN. I think for me to be good for students to come on such HPW program, I need to learn about some of these things. Why? Because at the end of the day, the things that will impact on the entire humanity, because these are global goals. So, and you have some of our students, they don't even know what it means when you say, triple C. Some of them don't know that these are because some of the things that comes out of this discussion, they drive research, they drive they drive quite a lot of things, even within science. So I would like to see session that the program lectures. Yes, it just came to my mind. Yes, so that when somebody comes out of the HPV program, it's well to a certain extent. And I think people who are actually knowledgeable in that space to come and talk to them, to make it practical, to break it down.
I'm struggling with another word here. Global slash international systems.
What you're saying now, to summarize.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it would be good for us to have the curriculum where the students are taught about some of these current development global change community. Those global goals of sustainable development goals that we eventually have to how we do research, how funding is works, and all those things. Because you see now, like some of our top everybody is looking at this compared to the negotiation, what we call what is those things are the way of directly telling us where the funding will go, where the state will focus in the rest. And these are some of the things you see in the 17 SDGs.
problem is lack of connection with global research on planning. And this is mostly that's
with someone who is in the university and in the supervisor in the field of planning, and the first to make sure that how these values are more alive, that the thesis
how do we change this? How do we change it? How do we change the problem?
I
think for me, the key to do is just to very communication. You just look at the current curriculum of the education. Try to see how we can extract this into the curriculum. Yeah, maybe just like upgrade
but we want
to like this very well that you upgrade. Is the current I think upgrading will be fun.
So it's not throwing it out.
Because if you look at it, there's a way you can apply. Some of the things that some of these principles for example, there's a session of
5-10 minutes to finish up. I don't know if any of you've seen in the news, Stellenbosch have announced that they're stopping teaching Afrikaans. Stellenbosch have announced they will cease to teach in Afrikaans.
Language has fallen. What do you call that? Eh? Language is false.
Some people are arguing but then the students coming from other if we improve this, then we keep the space modules. How we will ensure that we ensure that the participants are well informed, well prepared for current affairs, which will get so prepared for the working world. I mean, even if the working world talking about the development goals that were there, development exchange,
would be still in the discipline, one of the discipline, but then have certain electives, as recommended from the national discipline, and then we just take more in your course list. Assuming you electives or other things that you do around your knowledge.
I'll say the same thing. Now we have we have already
when we think that this is more I think when this is released, that was what we were thinking, but perhaps you think differently. Was it for the
I think for me, I was proposing for the
assuming the space
it's not, I cannot accommodate.
Yeah, assuming that the access can accommodate.
Then it should just be looked. It should just be. It will not be part of what's the like deciding to be a special? Yeah, like deciding. You understand? Like an add-on. Yeah, like an add-on where people get to just get involved and talk about it.
Like like sometimes it's nice to do 10 days with at least one more day of attention.
Over the days can still be 10 days, but there's a way you get integration. Yeah, integration.
What do you say? So we want to use about HP down here as well. Which is already kind of there. What do you think the key steps need to implement the literature? What are the key steps in implementing this?
Or you have to not restrict the whole and to be able to fit this in. So that the upgrade have the sustainable development part of you can have
directly the page curriculum. There are some new courses and features. I remember I know UCT at the time just introduced the climate change and development program, of which I was one of the first word of people that I did in our program. And that was going because some of these things we were taught. We were taught about the happiness in the global change community, all these things. So,
you need a combination of A, B, C, D, E, and
Yeah, for sure, I agree with you. And that would be the challenge, but it's also be the
This one we don't see them all the time. Go on. Like how many years now? I can't remember. I was telling Carl now. Good to see you, my brother. Hey, very good. So happy to see you. We'll talk now. Eh? What is it? Even here. Come, please. We want to interact with people. Let's go this one.
So the main problem would be we don't have like a basic. Oh, that could be.
The way I see it, one of the ways one way to go around the problem of expertise there is not to start from the viewpoint of you thinking that you will be able to actually recruit staff who are dedicated specifically for purposes of delivering that course. No. It's a question of liaising with the different tertiary institutions. Identify individuals from different tertiary institutions who come on a planned and staggered basis to deliver certain components of those courses.
Yeah, I think that's what we're sort of seeing as being that way. It's a in there. Yeah. Do you know do you have the list of the values?
No, I don't. Afrocentrism, multidisciplinary development, critical thinking. Yeah, done.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I've done these discussion workshops.
And you don't remember them?
That's
the problem. Well, just remember them, no?
Okay, no, wait, hold on. I got Afrocentric, interdisciplinary, development through science. You said another one.
Critical thinking, what we did.
Critical thinking. Personal development. Situational learning.
There was one who was given to tackle last time, but he didn't.
Symbolism. Situation.
And I guess symbolism as well, right?
That goes together.
Are we happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that because all these are already covered in what we have suggested because they are going to be covered in the curriculum.
Okay, so I think what the key steps, we sort of touched on that. So it would be first curriculum development.
Because feedback, someone could have organic
You need to identify the expertise, which is likely to be geographically and discipline.
You identify the host institution.
The idea of a host institution worries me much.
Hello, George. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
The link doesn't work then.
Oh, there he is.
How's it going?
Very good, very good. Let me hang on.
something that involves everybody.
Okay, George. I mean, we did approach UCT, and they said they weren't interested. Thank you very much. We can try again. Okay, can we get the next group then? Or has anybody else got comments? Emerson?
I think one thing which is letting us down in terms of fundamental access is we are looking at funds from we have a potential funders. This time we think of our to look at this. I think we need to revise that approach. One way of revising it is by way of looking at our outreach program, which is exactly what we are trying to get out. We are likely to get a lot of funding from different ministries, provided we do something which is in line with what they are interested in. Unfortunately, we are failing to realize that what they are interested in is also what we are interested in. But there's a communication gap. I see us, for example, being able to mobilize a lot of funding from agencies like the Department of Agriculture and Forestry. One of the things they have been trying for, I was involved in such initiatives when I was working for the Agricultural Research Council. They want information to be circulated to the people in the rural areas. People who are likely to be worst affected by the effects of climate change. It's good, yes, in our educational outreach program, we have a capacity building component, which is going to yes, very good. But information, let knowledge impact life, come up with an initiative which demonstrates to agencies like that that your educational program is impacting on the livelihoods of people who are being affected by climate change. If we do it that way, recalculating our educational program, we are likely to broaden the potential source of funders. So we are trying far with only the funds, but we are shooting ourselves in the foot by narrowly defining our educational curriculum, our educational program.
And be even more ambitious. The outside world in the US is not just in the space like the Facebook, and only people that have to read us. Medical planning is not because the these members of society, not something this is what it is not very but inside is that there is no big ambitious project involved in heritage. And so in the end of the project, it is but I think that we want to come up with a vision of the tracks so they're going to be unsold. It's not just as an average, we actually have the funds in this thing. One, we just sorry, 2016, thankfully, all of the ministers are growth potential around and so make them aware of the plans to prepare ask us so it comes to this government is to really do this, especially more than that. But everybody is not separate. Science is mentioned. And so that's the thing. And so some time to get back on. I think all the pilot people to get our own
Okay, sorry, can we have the next group? We need to press on. The group in the other room, please, because I know that they're all going soon. Who's speaking?
Because I was like, so I'll put my and then supplement your thoughts. So now, the proposed initiative is of public plan 2019 for my anniversary of the first photo of the Earth from the moon. So the main problems that this would be looked on, and the extent would be educate about our planet Earth and ecosystem science in general, and remove barriers that are now making science exclusive in terms of class and race. So the next question was, what do you propose the theory of change for how this action will contribute to solving the problem? Awareness raised about health system science to a broader community and the scientific method and results. And curiosity and interest will be input, networks build, a foundation built for further research, and scientific credibility also built. So the next question was, what do you see as the key steps needed to implement and the major challenges and changes needed? One was communication. The following was construct, collaboration, integrity, and acquiring funds. And the key outcomes would be interdisciplinarity and self collaboration. Self collaboration mainly on we share a similar climate. So instead of always looking north, then those networks should be built relatively exchange. Any of my recruitment contributed onto okay. Well, the next one, the next proposed initiative is improved networking tools, building an Earth systems science community. So the main problems this would impact on enhance and sustainable collaboration between institutions, and also that institutions be able to pull out all the different expertise together to achieve something better. So what do you propose is the theory of change for how this action will contribute to solving these problems? So what we believe that realistic realistic contracts between access and partners are put together, then you have more sustainable efficient program, and assuming that there is common understanding and goals by all stakeholders. What do you see as the key steps needed to implement and the major challenges needed? What we found is fundamental is having understanding, and also what was mentioned in the access to business. Okay, key outcomes and outcomes that we take to evaluate, enhanced outreach and knowledge sharing and capacity building. Potential alignment with HPW values because of this EVI and some infrastructure requirements we believe to be already. The last one.
Before we move on, each of the answers we believe that the important is such high quality where some of the people who volunteer as champions of this program are prepared to provide a space. And then it was, I think somebody mentioned that if, for example, we talk to a team or somebody like that, that person could actually contribute to that friend, that does not cost them financially. But everything that happens channeled through that office, and the understanding between access and that particular institution also happens much more smoothly. Because there's an MOU, and then there's Professor so and so or Dr. so and so who's the champion or the sort of the glue cement between the
two. So the last post initiative is continue postgraduate visa program. So the impact you have. No, this one.
Yes, thank you. So, firstly, which impacts does this impact and to what extent? Sort of be addressing the paucity of skills and training. And what do you propose the theory of change? How it's solving problems. If the capacity is building, then there's access to higher learning for those who need. And then it will contribute to the knowledge economy as well as transportation education. And assuming that we will be in an enabling environment so that we will use crowdfunding into this program. What we see as the key steps to implement and the major challenges, the changes needed, or the funding model, or the rigorous funding model. The key outcomes would be a high frequency of highly skilled people and potential aligned to that would be high and funding and infrastructure requirements.
Thank you, Susan. I suppose, as we discussed earlier, one of the main challenges with awarding the bursaries is exactly how do we do it and how do we tie it in to the undergraduate opportunities. And whoever's going to end up writing this, I think we really need to think about that and discuss it more. Any quick comments first?
Right at the beginning, there was mention of the picture of Canada from the moment.
Yes.
I'll send everyone here out of the break and across. On the solid years, if you look at that picture, everybody sees the same picture. Very flat or flat. The big puzzles, all of these sunlight, how to stay out of it. And later, there's something I discovered that perspective of the picture is just the scientific one, that there are many other perspectives. And it's quite intriguing that there are some people who look at this picture and they see it as the culmination of religion imperialism. That picture is definitely a quest to invest the world to come to the perspective of communism. And so some people question whether we actually got to the moon. So they look at this picture and they see it as a hoax. Then there are other people who show that the image back to that. Anyway, when the picture is maybe there are many different interpretations. We can then ask, is there an expression of a scientific interpretation, or is that just development real? And to the, I'm so persuaded that a lot of this here in the university, there are different exam ourselves questions. What is special about scientific perspective? And it seems to me we could contact DC, we could be a way to get the public involved. But the very big problem that these rich countries do not believe that global warming is such a big issue. What on one basis do we scientists claim that there is cause of concern? Why are we so good at persuading Lenin generally? And just last night, I was just walking around and someone explained how is it that we level I don't know how you do that in level is problem. And then the other part of the story is about the implementations of science. That given that knowledge, it's not up to scientists to decide what to do. And last night I was listening for a while to the Central College conversation scientists tell me about the government. And so science can tell us what's likely to happen. So it doesn't do it. And that's why we get everybody involved. Anyway, again, all of this is I feel like you should pursue the process of acting something so that it is to it with. And it's not just that, but there's science, there's different equal. So maybe our scientists on it.
Did you hear, Joyce, that the guy argued with me? He said science could answer ethical questions.
Was that guy mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard what he said. I thought he was right. So science, reality scientific studies, it doesn't give people religious people. That I was saying. I didn't see any inconsistency with what he said or he said. Science don't have to tell us. When you get the example of the big knowledge, it doesn't mean that Trump is not. That's a social issue. Again, there's an article called Tragedy of the Commons. And it's something everybody should. The main point is that there are some problems that science does not solve, that are really ethical issues. And the Tragedy of the Commons is a very good one. A good example. We don't have to do those. But the main point is just that science is incredibly relevant, but it has to be a limitation. It doesn't tell you how to live your life.
Okay. Well, we have to hear from the last group. We literally have 10 minutes before the shuttle will leave.
Okay. One of the actions that we're thinking about was the solution of research and the training. The main problem is that the way not integrate the research that they teach about into the program that is definitely a way that the students are taking the direction. So they do the study together with research. They're not able to say, oh, this is how this is the model, this is how we do. So we said if key lecturers are more familiar with the HW program and we're getting out the then there'll be a place relevant and relevant approach to the lecture themselves and keep that interested, of course. And in the possible use of schemes that access softwares, assuming the key lecturers are open to learning from HW and are willing to keep their lectures free. So something that we saw that they spend 25 minutes end up using the students where the core lectures are about 20 minutes, able to engage. End up using students key lectures are there. So we see that we need better communication between the access staff and the administration that comes beforehand, just tell them what the program is about and to try to get them to get their research to correspond. This will lead to a more robust program that keeps the focus on the program maintenance of HPW. Application alignment to the values is critical thinking, personal development, interdisciplinary at the same time. Often it was to focus on my special time to place. Funding and infrastructure, some public payments, high extra time here, just a matter of forms of lecture. And we gave that away to 10. That's HW and the next one was the continuation of the program. There's other people able to get to, that's what we started with. Main problems was budgetary constraints. How do we actually do the program with the online course instead of the lecture in person? Time and HR to manage the programs. The many HPWs, so we try to get students to form a group, find a lecturer to help them out, like proposals, all that stuff. And getting both classes, we do have a CSR with
that was career found that it was probably came in. So if we had more money, more online approach, which is obviously more people, more motivated students that want to do the co-lecturing and training, then we can streamline the process of HPW, the payment process. Obviously, we might get extra funding from other departments or the institute. And this you are told, and if then we have, if we get the online protocols, then obviously we reach more people, assuming that we are able to increase their budgets and are able to work out people with key steps obviously to nice able to do, using funding, of course. That way we can increase the number of graduates out of the HPW program and improve peer leadership, obviously the co-lecturers or other students of prior students. We felt that it was well aligned to all the HPW values and consulting calls that we might double the existing budgets. We gave them a rating of 8. And we were able to do our own everything. So the action we proposed was how to fit with the
global approach to rules and regulations and knowledge.
Yes, for example, the sustainable development goals, the research ones. Basically, we're saying that there's a lack of committing global research and development in global change. So the program is fine, the lecturers are not knocking everything. We're just saying that we need to include a part where we're saying we don't have to do the work now, where we headed to. So obviously we should improve and upgrade the curriculum and fix global thinking. That's at the postgraduate level, mainly. And to show that the postgrad are better informed global views and think for the working place. Assuming HPW access can accommodate this part of the thing. So the specialized program that we had. The key tips are to upgrade obviously the HPW program. For example, keeping the place of mainstream thinking, the key outcome in the improved postgraduate competitiveness, aligning HPW with interdisciplinary critical thinking and personal development, and funding is not obvious at present. We don't think it should be exported by infrastructure, which is not into this and not obvious. And then the last one, we did another rating of exit order. The last one, we had to have monitoring and valuation. We're assuming it's how the program is doing right now. So the main project is to find out how effective is the program in areas of postgraduate training. So how do you actually measure that? And the lack of basic metrics is a problem. So if there are indicators or metrics that you can measure against, then the more effective metrics. Assuming feedback is objective and useful. So what we see as a key step is the willingness and personnel to actually do this and to be educated and work against. Key outcomes, accurate feedback and objective measures, which right now called for on many of our students, so in the way to quantify this. Attention alignment is perfect, and we have to use school age class when you actually people with time to connect it together like this.
because we've got some students to do a review of what the planning workshop. So we take 3 on that for their time and just reporting rubbish. I guess is it worth putting aside to get a proper agency in to specialise in it?
It might be just but it might worth approaching around for consideration. If you, I don't have any limitation, but assuming that one or the other, a little bit of funds can be squeezed from here and there. If you ever thought of really recruiting somebody with expertise, what job is to do? Right.
Good idea, actually. A fundraiser. Yeah.
We ended up our shelter while the connection broke.
Yes. There's lots of video there, George. But it's fine, we can hear you. Oh, you're coming back from there. And
I think that is right. And here that they're not just the fund, but kind of the sustainability of the service. We're also looking into marketing at the same time, and looking into M&E because that feeds back into the marketability and fundability of the organization. So there was three topics covered. I mean, you need to find a very skilled individual and a very good individual for that. Number one. And number two, well, with the M&E to outsource you want to use your resource and human resources, I think also you might not be aware that everybody really also needs credibility that is an independent.
To the fundraising, I had this conversation with small groups. If the Planeteers can establish an NGO, they can fundraise without the limitations that Neville talks about. Because the big minute, it's not so what's the motivation? Whereas if the Planeteers are their organisation, they can fundraise, for example, probably the most marketable bits. And then I'm not paying for the schools program as the Habitable Planet budget, that frees up money to do other important stuff. Guys, the taxi is here for those leaving now. George, anything quick to say while we have everybody still in one place?
No, I'm curious what happens next. Are they specific plans?
Everyone's going to diverge. We need to elect a smaller group to meet and take it forward. I was going to suggest that each one of the groups elected someone or two from them, but we didn't have time. I don't know if we have time to do it immediately, but a smaller group needs to be formed that can take these ideas forward. Never.
Information gathered will be collated by you.
Yes.
Right?
I'm going to ask the person who's been left with their notes to just write a little bit note form to me, and then I can write that up in Word.
So whatever I put on this media, this will then become the elements of the education plan or part of the proposal or the business plan that can be produced. So
I would some people the consultant want to shop.
So this committee we can then consult about how that comes into the plan for the next year. Similarly to the science elements or the research elements, a plan will emerge. These two will become the business plan for access to the next 5 years. That's what's going to happen next. So, and our plan is to be integrated so that the education aspects of it are integrated well with the research. That's So what happens is, ultimately, the plan will be on the table for approval by somebody in the future to take the program.
Okay, George.
So, to various people from the outside, you need to establish something that's clearly visible to the outside. Right? So there's a huge meeting going on out the next week or two. It has to be something like that from what is because unlike most people, basically most of this is actually quite low. What doesn't actually go ahead. In the meanwhile, I got some emails yesterday to do with applicants, they get another meeting in 2016. It's going to be one of these further highly specialized meetings, which doesn't happen for other people. But there's something visible for the people that might see. We get a picture. There's something happening all the time. The apartment is going to be small. And so there's something visible there. It's going to continue. In addition to the in it's if you that reach that template. And to say that it's sort of simple or radical, it was one of the this is the anyway, there's many, but
okay,
2016 would be extremely helpful having the next meeting in those.
Okay, thank you, George. In the immediate future, George, what's going to happen is I'm going to take those people who need to go to the airport now to their cab and their bags because their bags are in my car. Peter, as the expert facilitator, which is really try and bring forward what was said earlier. Can you maybe organize people into some kind of exercise to brief them what we said before? A review of what we've done today. Somehow between people online. Oh, they need to tell you that.
But George, wasn't there something
Like this morning. We've just done the summary for this afternoon. We need some kind of recap of what was said this morning from those who are left. Right.
Your presentation and
that was discussions around They've looked up Dr. George.
Okay. Just to update you on what was There we go.
Hi, George.
Can you hear? Can you hear us here? Is there any more people who want to sit behind us so George can see you? Hmm?
Can you actually hear us?
Sorry?
Can you hear us?
I can definitely have a screen which was several minutes out of things.
Oh, okay. I don't know if there's much. I don't know if there is much we can tell you about this morning. Carl summarized much of what was in the report that he wrote about the educational program. The student testimonials were actually, I think, the most interesting and were the things we hadn't heard before, because the implications for various students are extremely broad in terms of what the Habitable Planet Workshop has given them as opportunities. Yeah. Did we have? There was discussion. Well, there was some discussion about creating. What do we do with those students once they're enthusiastic about science? How do you stop the pipeline loss? Do we even want to do that? I mean, how important is it to have lots of PhDs? What else have we talked about?
I think what came up repeatedly from different people is that the visibility is quite low of the Access and the Habitable Planet for what it achieves and for all the success stories, that it's not known enough between all the different stakeholders, academia, government, and even the students and public, right? So that was a common area for improvement that came up a few times actually from different people.
Good. If you had again, what was the number?
The visibility, knowledge, the knowledge of the program, what it is, the brand, the product, among different stakeholders in academia, government, general public, and students. They're not aware as much as they should be looking at the success of the program. People are not aware of what it is, even aware of the brand or the name of it, right? Yeah. What?
I'm enjoying the broadcasting meeting that.
Carl is very funny.
Oh, geez. We're looking at these people.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay.
So that's the one. Yes. And I've been smiling into this one. It's also working with me, so I've got a record in the meeting. But this is where George is. No, this is not my good side now.
Oh, it's a record of you.
And as what it was, both of your top-down discussion. So we didn't really get into discussing it very much.
Okay. I'll tell you what my problem is. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Later today, I'm meeting with some people to talk about the basic project. And it's going ahead. And so, we actually have some support in South Africa. In 2016, just managed to have some students in 2016. Several years out, we get in Africa. As I said, in the absence of any signals from that side, people have no idea what they say. And I think the comment that kind of failed that having students made this morning, access to the workshops. I don't know what this was somehow it hasn't got to the attention of people. This is the case that is really unbelievable. Something that they really support people big time. So I think that should get high attention. And that's why I feel that
Educom couldn't work to go and meet with then to this capacity, chair or council. It hasn't come from the top level such as that. Statement that there are these activities, there are these strategies. People who pay attention to some of the data that will make the same. Not one of us.
So, George, the question is, can you persuade Professor Modi to take this idea?
Yeah.
Sorry? We're breaking up again, George, but he was there. Yeah. Can you find out what's I lost that.
Yeah. And that's why I hope that we had the weapon from.
I'm getting tired after a long George, we can't hear you.
We sort of lost critical mass call.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
Yeah, I think.
No, but I mean, seriously, I think that I've been very familiar with the philosophy of it. It is something that when you have a smaller group, it will probably be more meaningful. Is interacting with that smaller group, right?
Is it quite engaged in it?
Why do you want me now? Sorry.
To the people who have the ideas, can you write them up? Just notes is fine. So I can give you the blank documents if you want. So the bottom you're writing up. Then it has to be you, yes. Can you just now? Fine. Just type this up. And there's a one. Can you do it, Frank? You are retired. Just notes. Honestly, I'll work it into words. So. Yeah.
And you keep sending me little thoughts
Okay, guys, there's plenty of food if you want to take some. And thank you very much, everyone. So abruptly.
And we can turn this off now.
You're right. You're right. I'd be happy. No, yeah. How long?
What happened?
You want to